Seeing you today, thank you. I also want to make welcome this great man, a giant across this country. Chief Chukwu Nwachukwu is the chairman of today's occasion, and it's wonderful seeing him every year young. Thank you, sir, for coming. He's still looking young, don't you think? Because I celebrate here very well. Thank you. All right. The other seat is reserved for His Excellency's representative, and at the proper time, we'll be having him. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to give honor to whom it is due. I want to welcome to this podium Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, and let me quickly remind you, for the sake of records, he's not someone we can piece his citation in any particular one page. It's not possible, except the best of editors amongst us will do that. But Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa is someone that we all know is highly regarded. He was born in 1915 in Port Harcourt and is a distinguished Nigerian pharmacist, business leader, a former politician known for his transformative impact in the pharmaceutical industry. Can we celebrate him for that? He's a 1976 pharmacy graduate from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. He joined Pfizer Products PLC in 1978 as a sales representative and rose to become chairman and CEO, and later spearheaded Nigerian Employers Consultative Association. Can I hear you? And Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. Can I hear you? And of course, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Mazi Ohuabunwa is, alongside being the founder of the Sam Ohuabunwa Foundation for Economic Empowerment, and also the convener of the New Nigerian Group. Celebrate him one more time. In Nigeria, celebrate grace. Thank you so much. Yes. So may I make welcome Mr. President of Abia Think Tank, Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, to the podium. He will then announce the arrival of the very important guest that we had while I was listening. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Cho Abia Mmamanu. Abia Mmamanu. God's own state Mmamanu. Mmamanu. Nigeria Kwezonu. Well, the MC has given me the responsibility of welcoming our governor. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please stand up and let us welcome our governor? Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, today ably represented by his, is it left or right hand, his chief of staff, a very distinguished man of God. He decided to send us a man of God because he knows that we are men of God. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Gentlemen, please be seated. We apologize that we have to start the preliminaries because we are businessmen in Lagos and we want to start our things as early as we can. But we want to thank you, our chief guest of honor, for coming all the way from Umuahia. We are honored that if the governor in person couldn't come and he sent his chief of staff, I think it shows how he holds this meeting in relevance. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my own brother, Chief, I say my brother, I don't know what else he added. Chief Chukwu Nwachukwu Urichindere, we are so pleased to have you. And I know last year you were supposed to be here, but circumstances didn't let you. But today, Uche, we thank you so much for when I mentioned this to you last December. You just say, hold on, let me check my schedule. You checked your schedule and you came back and you stayed on it. When people asked me, will he come? I said, this man is not a politician. Hello? I said, he's not a... Politicians are very nice people. But sometimes they say what they don't mean. And they mean what they do not say. But I know that Georgie is a professional, distinguished. He left his marks in the Sovereign Wealth Fund that I do not know when we will catch up. Uche, we thank you. We're not taking your sacrifice for granted at all. To fly down from the United States just to attend this event. I don't know what to sacrifice is better. And it shows your love for ADIA, your love for Nigeria, and your respect for us who called you in the ADIA think tank. We appreciate you so very much. I know that we have our erudite panelists here today. And the most outstanding one is Dr. Uche Oga. Dr. Uche Oga is my younger brother. If Urindere say I'm his younger brother, I'm not arguing too much. But Uche is my younger brother, and there's no but he's a younger brother I'm very, very delighted in, proud of. This man today is about the biggest industrialist we have in Abia State. I don't know whether anybody has been to the industrial complex in Uturu. If you have been there, let me see. Uronyabia. If you have not, please try and go and see what vision can do, what industry can do, what determination can do. We can give 150 reasons why we can't do business in Nigeria, and then 200 why we can't do in Abia State, and 500 why you cannot do it in Uturu, far away from the city center. Yeah, this guy has invested billions of naira in that place and creating jobs in different sectors, and the place is still growing. I had the privilege of watching it start when the ground was cleared till where it is today, and I'm so impressed. And the man is still doing more. He's doing more. Last year, he gave me a consultancy to write a project on establishing a flour mill industry. Flour mill. And that is going to be located in Port Harcourt. He has one of the biggest tank farms and industrial outlay in Port Harcourt. I'm not here to promote him for anything. Is that when you see people do good things, you need to say it. Because they can't say it themselves. He's a very shy, gentle person. He doesn't blow his trumpet. And yet, he's a politician of a different caste. He's not in this normal political, he's a different category. Uche, thank you. I know you came back today because of this. You know, I can tell Uche go and he goes, come and he will come. There are not many people who have money I can order around that way. I can tell Namdi doesn't have much money. He will go, but you know, Uche is extraordinary. Our other panelist is Mr. Sam Onukwe. Sam is a very distinguished investment banker. He's one of the very rare breed we have who understand how to use money and how to attract it and where to put it to give you the best return. Sam is very shy. You know, he's so busy advising and writing business proposals and project feasibility. He doesn't have time for this thing we're doing. I had to literally drag him here. He gave every excuse under the sun, but none was accepted. So he's here. Sam, welcome. We're glad to have you. The other panelists, our brother Johnson Chukwu, had been here earlier on, but when the event was not starting, he had a flight to catch for 1. He's online right now, so he's going to participate in the program online. John is perhaps Nigeria's greatest economic analyst today. He's an Abian from Ugweke. Who is from Ugweke here? Very few of us. Like I say, almost as but things are changing. Can we clap for Jesus? Things are changing and changing fast. We are hoping also that Professor Ekekwe will join us online. He's in the United States as well, but he's accepted to attend if we can make, if we can provide facilities to participate. I hope we've connected him so that he can make some contribution. I'm looking forward to seeing the moderators, Chief Sonny Roche. I've not seen him. I hope he will show up. Our revered guests, many of you are here. I'm seeing my big brother Ibokwe here. You know, I was shocked to see him walking. I don't know if you guys know Chief Ibokwe. You know, sometimes we have wives that are more popular than Christians here. Ibokwe, that's the husband, that's the man who made him. Many people never know him. Very, very gentle person. I mean, there are too many guests that I don't think I will spend valuable time calling all of them. MC will eventually provide them. But we have a guest from outside Abia, our friend Emeka Ugwoju. Emeka is an itinerant businessman. We were together in Oka on Tuesday, and he just came in this morning. His box is in my car. I don't know where he's going next. There are a couple of them who are itinerant and also nomadic. One is Mr. P2B. The other one is himself. The third is one other guy called Professor Utomi. Professor Pat Utomi. He's a migrant. I don't know about any other one. I don't know about it. Distinguished my colleagues, men and women of the Abia think tank, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very thankful to God for the privilege, real privilege, that He has granted us to be here today. I never take His grace for granted. I am also filled with joy to welcome this distinguished array of Ndabia and our guests who are here today. Some people I haven't seen for a while, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to see them today. And it makes me joyful that at short notice we can have this crowd. We also want to thank you all for the sacrifice you've made and for the honor you've done us. For over 20 years, Abia Think Tank has labored to support the economic, social, and political development of our dear state. From the days of Governor Ojus Okalu through the tenures of Governor T.A. Oji and the last man, Governor Okezie Ikpeazu, Abia Think Tank has sought every opportunity it could find to support the governance and well-being of Abia State. Of course, with varied successes. From organizing the first Abia Summit in 2000, to holding several ATTA summits, mostly through the 2007-2015 era, from our political enlightenment and voter education programs every election year, and other programs we have done to impact on Abia governance and on Abia citizens and Abia business. We established an office in Aba to support the SME people who are the main occupants of the Aba business landscape. But our yearly Abia Think Tank Symposium seems to have become our best known event, which will target at harnessing allied views, the views of elites who live in Lagos, Abuja, and some in the diaspora, to be able to deal with issues that bother Abia State, be they economic, political, or even social. Last year, the theme of our symposium was the current government in Abia State. Is it the one to come, or should we look for another? Of course, as is our tradition, our teams at our symposiums sometimes can cause stir and raise eyebrows. Dr. Chida Amuta delivered a very challenging keynote, and by the time the distinguished panelists and other participants finished analyzing and dissecting the nature, structure, and performance of the government, the verdict was that the current government in Abia State is actually the one we have been waiting for. Because what Abians have seen in very short time are the things they have waited for so long to see and they didn't see. Abia is rising. Things are changing. Even the blind can see. The blind can see. And the dumb can hear. So we have also raised other issues, because we say that despite the fact that the government is the one we're expecting, the government has started very well and is doing well. There are other things they needed to do to make the governance more inclusive. They needed to do other things, and we can see that they are taking those suggestions along. We moved those suggestions to the government through our communique and press releases. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're here to ask another question. Renewed Nigeria's economic resurgence. Is Abia ready? Why the question? Our experience is that we often, as human beings, but more so as Nigerians, more so as Ndibo, we do not see much improvement in our economy. Often, our focus is on the problems. So much so that our people are always doing the catch-up. We have issues with Nigeria, as Ndibo and Abia. But the truth must be made that often Nigeria marginalizes us, but sometimes we also marginalize ourselves by failing to recognize when opportunities are calling. Luckily for us today in Abia State, we have a government that seems to be proactive, but we need to know what are the policies and programs that are in place to take advantage of the changes in the horizon. Nigeria's GDP is growing. Inflation is declining. Interest rates are coming down. Foreign exchange stability has been largely achieved. Foreign reserves are breaking the seals. And the stage is set for massive investment flow into Nigeria from the diaspora and from foreign investors. The federal government is undertaking several foreign investment forages. Are we on the loop, or are we waiting to complain later on? What of the private sector? Do you understand what is going on in Abia State? Do you understand what is going on in Nigeria and how they relate to increasing the economic well-being of our people? Many of us have been involved in preaching, let's go home and invest, Akurulo. And as I said before, there are 1,000 reasons why that cannot happen. But today, if you go to Abia, you begin to see that some of those reasons are becoming theoretical. I gave the Master Services Group as a model over many years, through different economic circumstances. That company has existed and has continued to prosper. And many companies are going into Abia now to establish. The question is, we Abians, especially those of us who live outside the state, are we familiar with what the situation is? And perhaps that's part of the reason we are here today, to ask ourselves, do we know what is happening? How are we prepared to take advantage? Because nobody's going to call you. As they say, my friend Soludo will ask, are we smelling the coffee? Are we smelling the coffee? Are we seeing the things that are changing in Abia and changing in Nigeria? And things we can take from Nigeria into Abia. Despite the continued poor management of our resources, I think the federal government is reform-minded and removing many of the things that held us down economically and has kept us chronically underdeveloped. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're here today. And we have an array of very distinguished guest speakers and panelists. A promise to be a rich harvest. Permit me also to inform you that we'll be presenting a book written by one of us here, Mr. Obuba Carlo. Obuba, stand up. Carlo is a developer. Yeah. He's a development economist and analyst and practitioner. He has spent his whole life in working with UNIDO, USAID, and all the development agencies in the world. And he's one of those with a burning desire to see Abia develop economically. When we're starting to start Abia North Chamber of Commerce, himself and the other guy, what's his name, were my partners as we endeavored to move development towards the Abia North District. And he has been unceasing in asking for. He's a very distinguished businessman who has been long in the trenches. He has tried to be governor of Abia State, and he tells me if he knew, if he saw somebody like Dr. Lex Oji as governor, he probably wouldn't have been struggling all this while. But now Dr. Oji is doing well. Lex Oji is doing well, and he's willing to support him, just like every one of us, so they can do better. So, Ochayo Fomba is the one who will do the presentation of the book. Professor Charles Obulogo, who is unfortunately not here present, the Vice Chancellor of Maduka University, will do the introduction online, review of the book, and then Ochayo will present the book, and all of us will take copies and go home. Finally, let me say that the Abia think tank is expecting as many people as are here today who are not members to please join us. We are just doing this, and we've been doing this for the good of our state. We're doing this to make sure that what is happening in Abia is also known outside Abia, and that we can take something good from Abia, from outside Abia back to Abia. That's all what we're doing. And you know that things are better done in groups than when they are done singly. So we want synergy, and that synergy creates a voice and creates leverage, and we can do a lot together. So join Abia Think Tank if you're not a member. Later this year, we're having an Aba SME forum in Aba. So all our events are not in Lagos. In November, we're going to Aba for our SME forum, which we are focusing on SME development, and we shall give you the details. Once again, thank you for the honor of coming, especially our guests of honor, our chief guest of honor, our chairman, and our guest speakers. God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazi, and please help me. Mazi, we would ask you to just do one important function. The presentation of Kola Nut will only be done by the indefatigable Mazi Samawabon. Thank you.
Cho Abia Mamman, Amana Mamman, Nigeria, Kwezono, Mazi ni Orin here. Emana here wo memenda Abia. And we ga memma ewetegi Oji Dennis. Kekwa no mmanya na Oji aso. So anyị ewesala ọjị n'ihi na asị na ebe a na-eme ihe dị mma gakwa na-eso ma anyị emebego ọjị anyị ebidobenu. Luckily ndị niile anyị na-eche abatala, so it's time for the cola. Well, I think on behalf of all of us, I will present this cola to the governor, so that Gomezie Ochiji la Umwaya, ye will allow Ochokwa Ayena Taya, Bugara governor. You're right, sorry. As Nonyana. You are very correct, Chairman. You are very correct. Because thank you for correcting us.
I'm Sam's elder brother. I've been vindicated in just a few minutes. Nkwezo Emboji Oma Ojudo Oju Melala Abanda Abia Ngwedoro Oji Ojiga no Beke. The only language Oji da Nombongwa. So I am Siguroku Ngwade Ekuye. I am Wamamano La Hamad Lele Mberangana. Laha onye nginye anyị okwu gbara ọkpụrụkpụ. Laha Sam Mazi, laha Ngozi anyị ọgụ, laha mmadụ niile. Unu ahụla ọjị? Unu sị mgbere gawa? Onye isi anyị, onye ndị achị Abia, Chief Dr. Alex Oti. Ọramboji ndị Abia think tank ngwetara asị mgwedoro ya ịkpata ya aka gwegharịa akwa anyị agọzie ya akwụtụ ya dịka anyị ka Mboji ndị Abia think tank ndewo adịghị otu anyị gasị ịdara kwute okwu n'ọdịna
Abia mmammanụ ekele m mmammanụ Igbo kelenu Nigeria kele zone Laha Akandachi State Abia. I'm Lord Jean here from Abia North. Vota Ejukwamakala ndi Abia Central. ahụ n'ọjị. Then ndị Abia South ahụ n'ọjị. Mmadụ niile nọ nga na ahụzuola ọjị ya. Laa aha gọọmenti adị m anabata ọjị. Abia mma mmanụ.
Amba ọjị omenala. Ma akpọ enyi m nwoke a mkpu okpu ahụ ta ebe a gwere gozi ọjị ama ama ha bịa ebe gwere gozi ọjị.
Ọbịa unu kwe Abia unu kwe God's own state unu kwe ọjị na-eweta ịhụnanya, weta akụ na ụba, weta ịga n'ihu. Anyị niile nọ ebe a ihu ka na-aga nke ọjọọ ga-efuru ndị nwe ala, nke dị mma ga-eso anyị n'ala n'afọ Jizọs.
Gọvanọ anyị gụrụ n'ọjị agado ya agado a ga-abụrụ na chairman egụrụ ọjị ọkwa kena bụ ke chairman ọ na-age ntị ebe ke ụmụ m kena bụ ke ndị ọgọ m kena bụ ke mara uche ọga kena bụrụ ke ndị mbọsị beta m onye obiọma ma egwure nna ala anyị ma egwure gawa ọrụ chekwa
While the kola nut is going round, please make certain that everyone gets. I want to ask those who are behind the third pillar to please move forward. We don't like what we are seeing in the photographs. So please move forward. If you're behind the third pillar, in fact, if you're seated behind the fan that's to the extreme left, we need you to just come forward. I'm asking you to do so in the name of Mazi Samuhabonwa. Thank you so much. Please leave your seats. Thank you. And just come forward so we can make this place look beautiful in the picture scale. At this juncture, I need to invite the chairman of today's occasion, and I would like you to listen very carefully to his citation. We have a very worthy son of Abia extraction as our chairman today. Chief Chukwu Nwachukwu is a distinguished Nigerian consultant. Is a consultant economist and industrial development expert dedicated to enterprise development, employment generation, and national economic transformation. Please put your hands together for him. He currently serves as the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Agricultural and Industrial Entrepreneurs of Nigeria, AIEN, a national organization driving agricultural value chains, industrial productivity, and entrepreneurship across Nigeria's 774 local government areas. That's how vast he is. He's educated at Eastern Michigan University, USA, where he earned a degree in economics. Chief Nwachukwu received advanced professional training in enterprise and employment development from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the International Labour Organization, ILO. That's a very big one. Please put your hands together for him. His career is marked by high-level leadership in Nigeria's most critical economic institutions, including his tenure as the Director General of the National Directorate of Employment, NDE. In this role, he led significant reforms that enhanced job creation and vocational training, establishing the NDE as a continental model for employment-focused development in Africa. I can't hear it very well. I can't hear it very well. A former national president of the Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industries, NASI, his expertise has guided the boards of several key federal agencies, including the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria's MEDAN, the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, RMDRDC, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI. In the sphere of higher education governance, he has served as the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of Abia State University, and also the Chairman of the Governing Council of Abia State Polytechnic, Aba. Thank you, I welcome that, thank you. A committed participant in the democratic process, he has consistently advocated for inclusive economic reforms and empowerment-driven governance. In recognition of his impactful contributions to national development, he was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit (NPOM) Award by the federal government of Nigeria. He hails from a family renowned for public service. Chief Nwachukwu embodies a legacy of integrity, education, and unwavering community achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome this great son of Abia Extraction, Chief Chukwu Nwachukwu, for his opening address. Thank you. Please keep clapping until he comes. He is used to applause, so it's important that we give it to him. Thank you so much. You will live long, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, the great MC. Let me welcome everybody here present. I want to shout out at some of my friends who are here. Sir Ngozi Anyogo is here, is the MD, CEO of AG Mortgage Bank PLC. He's an oppressing person, oppressing and dengwa. Una malahe magano adiwego anyago. Dadla bayan deje. He has also come one of his senior staff, Ngozi. I also want to recognize my younger brother, Regan Ofomba, who is here. He's been in the public domain for a long time. My uncle is here, Engineer O.N. Wachuku, one of the pioneer people who served the NEPA of those days. A very senior and erudite scholar, a senior lawyer, Barrister Nenna Jeka Misia. Can you stand up, please, and so the people know you? Because this lady has played a big role in the governance of this country. Chief Dr. Chidozie Njoko. If people don't know him, he developed Enyimba Mall in Aba, and is currently vying to develop some other senior malls in Nigeria. Uchoga is somebody who is very well renowned and very simple indeed. His humility belies his importance in this country. And I think that Abians are very proud of him. Uche, regardless of whatever people say about you, we know who you are, and we acknowledge who you are. And we know that you're going to have a role to play in this country, not just in Abia State, but in this country. The Group Managing Director of Fundvine Group is here, Dr. Mike Enyina. They include asset management and securities and exchange. Of course, Sam Onukwu doesn't need introduction. He's going to be there as a panelist, so they will read his citation. I didn't know that the former NEMA guy, I never met you before, but I heard of you. But the MC possibly was making, or rather has, okay, I have another good friend of mine from Turkey. It's Chemela Amuzia, is into building and real estate. MC, that's something you don't know, sit down please. That's something you don't know about this country. If you declare you're going to run for council, begin to call you honorable councillor. If you want to run for House of Assembly, you become honorable right away. If you want to run for House of Reps, you become right honorable. It doesn't matter whether you succeed or not. That term follows you. And till now, because I ran for governor, I'm also called His Excellency. And Achiaga is also called His Excellency. I'm tired of correcting people that I am not His Excellency. And so, MD, I'm an MC. What I'm talking about is my younger brother Sam should not just be introduced as Sam, is President Sam. Because they run for governor. But it's a very wonderful occasion to have very distinguished men and women from Abia State. Actually, we don't shout enough about the caliber of people we have in Abia. At some point, Ike Nwachukwu was a minister. He's from Abia State. Ebutikiwe was there from Abia State. I was there as Director General for NDE from Abia State. Professor Iruku was there, Chairman of Nigerian Rail. Ogalo Osoka was also the Director of Nigerian Rail. The late brother of mine, Professor Herbert Oji, was MD of Procure. So Abia is quite rich. We have every reason to be proud of ourselves, and we've achieved much. But as Sam said, we contribute so much to this country, but are we recognized by this country? But, you know, the Okotipo Hileludha, Yada Kuishilala, as in Abali Alamno, Abuya, Anya Abali Ala, Onyes Lanya Abali, Bayabali Kretanya Hokoha, Onya Bobunya. So what is actually also happening is happening in Aba. The resilience of our people in Aba is phenomenal. If you wake up in the morning and you take a walk through, you hear and you see the real story. You will see a young man bent over his workbench, shaping leather into shoes. So well made they could sit comfortably in stores in Milan. And I'm very sure that some of our people have gone to Dubai and bought shoes made in Aba, but are labeled made in. So what I'm saying, there is no shortage of talents, no shortage of efforts. But if you stay longer, you also notice something else. Oh, so sorry. My apologies, Your Excellency. We couldn't have started this thing without acknowledging His Excellency, Dr. Alex Chioma, represented by a very distinguished scholar in his own right, Dr. Caleb Ajaba, PhD, and it's not awarded by some mushroom university. He earned it, and we're very proud of you. Your advice to the governor is resounding, and the results are there. He single-handedly brought an airport to my village, so I have every reason to say thank you. Give me one airport. I got to make that about the Saka Ladulo. Ladumis Bambala. So, what I'm talking about, talent abound in Abia State. But what else do you see in Aba? You hear generators humming. where power should exist. You see goods displayed, but roles have failed. Ambition is slowed, not by lack of ideas, but by lack of structure. This is the ABBA story, and this is the ABBA story. And yet, today, Your Excellency, something is changing. Today, there's a renewed seriousness in governance, a visible effort to restore infrastructure, a tone that suggests that public service may once again mean responsibility. Under Dr. Alex Otti, there is a deliberate attempt to solve problems, not to manage them, not explain them, but to solve them. And at the state level, we must recognize what it represents. Not just progress, but intent. Not just activity, but a direction. Because what we're saying is more than infrastructure. It reflects something deeper. And I want to talk about what it reflects. And I hope technocrats like Sam are listening. And this gentleman whom I know very well. It reflects that a technocrat who chose to engage in the instrumentality of politics to execute the difficult task of transformative leadership. I say it again. That means that a technocrat has chosen the instrumentality of politics to execute the difficult task of transformative leadership. That is the lesson that I want to give you. For far too long, many of our brightest minds have remained within the comfort of analysis, offering critique from a safe distance, insulated from the complexities of the execution. But governance is not improved from the sidelines. It is improved by participation. And so I make a direct call on technocrats in this room and beyond. Step out of the comfort of observation. And I'm talking to the technocrats because they sit down in the comfort and then they critique. Step out of the safety of perpetual critique. Step into the arena. Enter the difficult, often untidy world of politics, not to be consumed by it, but to clean it up. I want you to clap for me. The politicians, the technocrats, sit on the sidelines, critiquing, criticizing. And I said, it's time now for you to enter the difficult but untidy world of politics, not to be consumed by it, but to clean it up. Now, let us be honest, Abia is not where it should be yet, but it's no longer standing still. And that matters because progress does not begin when everything is perfect. It begins when movement starts. Nigeria itself is at a turning point, and here is the truth we must not ignore. The country runs on businesses, small businesses, not oil, not theory, but millions of everyday entrepreneurs. Let me always tell you, Uchioga is an entrepreneur, and this is something subjective so that you know that employment is created by entrepreneurs. And if that is true, Abia should not be catching up. Abia should be leading. Is it true? Because what the rest of the country is trying to build, Abia already has naturally. But let us be clear about the real issue. Our people are not lazy. Our entrepreneurs are not lacking in ideas. Our farmers are not unproductive. The real issue is this. We have activity, but not enough structure. Abia does not have a productivity problem. Abia has a conversion problem. We convert effort into survival, but not into wealth. We produce, but we do not process. We create, but we do not fully scale. We work, but do not fully capture value, as Ngozi Anyago would say. And there's a mistake we must stop making. Far too long, political leaders, particularly in the representative governance, have confused help with progress. Our political leaders, members in the National Assembly, they've confused help with progress. We distribute tools. We give out grants. We announce interventions, but we rarely build the systems. We have practiced over time what I choose to call non-empowering empowerment. Empowerment that creates dependence is not capacity. Support that disappears the moment it is withdrawn, activity that feels useful but not endure. Because real empowerment is not what you receive, it is what continues to work long after support is gone. And this brings us back to the real issue, not effort, but structure. If Abia must really, truly rise, a few things must become clear. Infrastructure must be reliable. No business thrives in uncertainty. Power must be stable, and it is becoming stable. Roads must work. Movement must be predictable. At the same time, we must stop selling raw effort. It is not enough to produce. We must process. We must package. We must brand. The shoe made in Aba must not be worn locally. It must compete globally. And government must make things a lot easier, not harder. When systems are clear, businesses grow. When policies are predictable, investors come. Government does not need to do everything, but it must make it possible for others to do more. There is something else I say we must not overlook. Abia is not just a commercial state, it is an agricultural one. The land is there, the people are there, the demand is there. What is missing is not land or labor, not demand. What is missing is coordination and commercialization. Farming must move from survival to strategy, from scattered effort to organized industry. Leadership matters, and yes, direction is being set. Leadership matters, and so direction is being set now. Isn't it true? But transformation is never a one-person effort. As Igbo saying, one person does not raise the goat. That is where this room, and I wish some of the other moderators were here, that's where this room, as I'm talking to you, becomes very important. Thinkers must do more than think. Experts must do more than observe. We must move from commentary to contribution. If we leave this room with only ideas, we have failed. If we leave this room with commitments, we have begun. If we return next year with results, then we have led. True? I say this from experience, both as the former Director General of the National Directorate for Employment and currently President of Agricultural and Industrial Entrepreneurs of Nigeria. These are not theoretical ideas, they are practical, proven, and implementable. So let us turn to the same question of this symposium. Is Abia prepared? The honest answer is, we're not fully prepared, but we are no longer unprepared. And that is where responsibility begins, because preparation is not something we announce. It is something we build deliberately, consistently, and together. There is also this saying that when the rain begins to fall, some prepare their buckets while others watch the sky. Nigeria's economic shift has begun. This is not a time to watch. This is the time to position. And those who position early will define what comes next. And finally, let me say this. Those of us who have had the privilege to serve must recognize something important. Leadership is not a permanent occupation. There comes a time to consciously create space for the next generation. Because if we, go ahead. Go ahead, I'm waiting, go ahead. What I'm saying, that we must consciously prepare space for the next generation. So we must step back. Because if we're not careful, we ourselves may become the issue instead of solving the real issues. The question is no longer whether Abia can rise. The question is who will rise with it. And I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Please, may we stand and applaud this great man. Thank you. Do it very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is awesome. This is awesome. You may be seated, everyone. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have had a very beautiful rendition from this erudite scholar in his own right. I've enjoyed him. Chief, God bless you. While we were talking, I was really taken back to the past, because let me use this chance in front of Abia people to say thank you for something you did in 1989. That was when my father retired, and I was in year 2 in the university. And I asked my father, how am I going to continue? Because my father retired as the chief horologist of the Nigerian Railways. And I said, how am I going to continue? He said, don't worry, I've reached out to my brother, and he has given me a job to come and teach horology at NDE in Enugu. So he said, I said, who is your brother? He said, he mentioned his name. He mentioned So thank you, sir. That's how I was able to finish, and God bless you. So why am I saying this? Because he's not just one of those sons of Igbo extraction that will get to the top and forget their brothers. This one will always carry his brethren along. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. At this juncture, we will continue to mention some of the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that have come into this place. It will be interspersed in the program. All right. I want to make certain that you recognize my uncle is here, Mazi Dr. Sonny Allison. He is the founder of Red Star, and he is here in the house. Please, let's celebrate him. Can you please stand and wave to Ndiabia? I am asked to recognize you, sir. Mazi Dr. Sonny Allison, we welcome you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce the... All right, thank you. It's time for me to introduce our keynote speaker for today. And I'm sure you are going to ride on the waves. I want us to recognize the presence of Dr. Uche Oji, a very distinguished young man, brilliant, handsome, anything you can think of. Abia has all that in him. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker today is Dr. Uche Oji. Dr. Oji was born in 1970 in Enugu and is a distinguished Nigerian financial executive. He's an investment banker and pioneer leader in sovereign wealth management. He's best known for serving as the founding managing director and CEO of Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, NSIA. And from its establishment in 2012 until 2022, where he built it into a respected global institution managing Nigeria's savings, driving infrastructure investments, and attracting foreign capital through strategic multi-asset strategies. A chemical engineering graduate of 1990 from the University of Port Harcourt, he earned an MBA from Harvard Business School. Please, let's celebrate him. Please, those of you on the right-hand side, hello, excuse me, gentlemen. I don't have a microphone, so they need to hear me at the back. Thank you, you're welcome. All right, I just told you that he is a chemical engineering graduate from the prestigious University of Port Harcourt, and he earned an MBA from Harvard Business School in 1998, before building an international career in investment banking, including roles as managing director and senior semiconductor analyst at UPS Securities in New York from 2006 to 2012. And then, he was at JP Morgan in London from 2001 to 2006, and earlier as Morgan in London, okay, 2006, and earlier as an analyst/portfolio manager at Goldman Sachs Assets Management in London. So it's important that this. Okay, thank you. Because the microphone has just come back to life, I would like to repeat these institutions so we can. Yes, thank you. I would like to repeat these institutions because they're not institutions we can just walk past. Our guest speaker today has been through the institutions I've mentioned. That's Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and also served as a semiconductor analyst at UBS Securities in New York. All right, so we can celebrate those three. Thank you very much. So post-NSIA, he has held board positions such as chairman of InfraCredit, non-executive director at Access Bank PLC, appointed 2025, and others in development finance institutions like the Development Bank of Nigeria and Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company, earning recognition for his expertise in financial services, asset management, and contributions to Nigeria's economic transformation and infrastructure development. His CV is too large. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot read everything that's left. Make welcome Dr. Uche Orji to the podium for the keynote speech. Thank you, Dr. Orji. You are most welcome. Thank you, thank you. Let's keep clapping. Young, handsome, ebullient, intellectual of Abia extraction. You will live long, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, let me start by... I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let me start by thanking everyone here and adding my welcome to this distinguished event in many ways. First of all, when someone like Mazi Sam Owabonwa asks you to do something, first you say yes. Then you break out in cold sweat as you think about what you should be saying. When you have read his books in the past and he asked me to do a keynote speech, you almost ask yourself, where do you want to start? But I'll also start by telling a personal story. Mazi Sam, many of you don't know this, but I think when I was to get married, Mazi Sam was the person that my in-laws went to ask for his endorsement. Thankfully, he gave his endorsement. And so when I told my wife I have to go and deliver this speech, she said, please go before he withdraws his endorsement. And there are a few other people here that I also want to recognize, because opportunities once in a while to tell personal stories. The other one in this room is Mazin Namjudo. Many of you know that he's my uncle in almost every practical way but blood. Right from when I started my career, even before, the people who have known you know my parents, know my family from childhood, from home. There's no decision we make in our family that is not part of the decision-making process. But on a personal note, when I started my career in Pricewaterhouse in Lagos, you come and look at me and say, Nana, this your suit is not nice. Let me give you a suit to wear so you can look sharp. And so there are people that play roles in your life that you'll never forget. There's Mazi Solo Black, somebody who's been very important to my family. My parents, the support you gave them in those days, I will never forget them. So there are many people in this room I won't go through every single, but the point I'm making is this: every one of us here is a product of a community. When I hear people say they are self-made, I laugh. It doesn't mean anything. And I've called out these three people. There are many people here in this room that I have encountered in many ways. Mentioned Uche, everyone has mentioned to him. What catches you about Uche is just his simplicity. When we worked in government, it was, and then you start to talk to him and this breadth of his knowledge just starts to expand and fills you up in many ways that you begin to really understand the scope of the man. And Chief Emeka Ugwoju, one last person I want to mention. Many of you don't know this about Emeka Ugwoju, but you cannot talk about the story of Nigeria's democratic journey without mentioning Emeka Ugwoju. I know many of you here don't know this, but this was the man who financed Nadeco in many ways that people don't remember. He doesn't like to have it talked about, but we're all very young at the time here in Lagos, and we all remember him. So now let me stop, because if I continue, we will not get to the point. I have a very long speech, and I don't have it in print. I have sent it online, and I would like to be able to go around this. I've been asked to talk about, is Abia prepared? And Mr. Chairman, and also please, Your Excellency, the Governor, I want to thank you for being here, ably represented by the Chief of Staff to the Governor. And Chairman, with your kind permission, sir, I can now start my speech. Is that okay? Thank you. So let me stand on all the protocols that have been existing already. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will want to start by telling you it's my singular honor and privilege to address you at this think tank symposium. The title of this keynote is not rhetorical, it's a thesis, and one that I intend to argue and substantiate over the course of this address. And this is about the place of Abia State in Nigeria's economic resurgence, which I believe is not peripheral. It is not symbolic, it is structural, it is strategic, and given the transformation underway under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Alex Otti, I believe that the place of Abia is increasingly irreversible and the progress being made. Nigeria, despite what you may see, is starting to rise again. And when you step away from the details and look at it from outside, you start to see a lot of impact. From the structural reform, yes, it's painful, extremely painful. The government have made hard choices, but the data, as seen by investors, is moving in the right direction. GDP growth is accelerating, foreign direct investment is growing, inflation has been very difficult, but it's starting to decline. Our stock market is outperforming, and in many ways, in the states where governance has matched the national ambition, where leaders have done the work, rebuilt institutions, and created the conditions for private investment, the effects are being felt on the ground, like in Abia State. And Abia is one of those states that I believe is central to Nigeria's economic resurgence. So before we can make an argument for Abia State, I think it's important for us to tell the overall Nigeria's economic story. And I think as part of that story, we can begin to grasp the full positioning of Abia State. So let me tell you a few things. I think, obviously, we all lived it. Between 2023 and today, the impact of fuel subsidy removal, honestly, I'm glad it was done eventually, but it's something that if we had done it in 2014 or 2012, I think, when Jonathan tried to do it, we would have had an accumulative effect today that actually will have made the pain less painful today, something we'll have absorbed in the past. But like our people say, whenever you wake up, you say good morning. This is where we are. It's an important decision to have been made. The reality is, having said that, our debt service ratio as a country at a point had got to 98% of government revenue. So if you didn't have to do those reforms, there's no way the economy would have started to improve. Now, I know it may not be visible to many people, but I am not holding brief for this government. I don't work in government anymore. I left government 4 years ago. But it's something that I will want to hope that we can hold on to for a few more years, because the impact is beginning to show. The exchange rate, where it is today, the unifying of the exchange rate, I think, is also some of those things that should have been done a long time ago, and finally we're here. And finally, I also say that the monetary policies that the government have taken in place, I believe, over time, will bring some price stability. The hardship is real, but the structural foundations are being laid for what I believe will be the future for Nigeria. And the numbers are the following. In 2024, our real GDP grew 3.84%. This is the highest annual rate in a decade, excluding the COVID recovery years. By the second quarter of last year, the growth had accelerated to 4.23%. Our foreign reserves now at $50 billion gross, and net, the stock exchange has delivered 48% return. Foreign investments are starting to pick up, and public debt, for the first time, has peaked and started to decline as a ratio of GDP. The President has declared 2026 the beginning of a more robust phase of Nigeria's economic growth. Within this rising Nigeria, the question remains, where does Abia State stand? So let me tell you where I believe Abia State stands. But before I do so, let me address what I believe are the major economic shocks that the world is experiencing. Let's start with the tariff shock. I think many people, when Donald Trump talked about tariffs, people didn't take it seriously. But the tariff shock is, in my opinion, just as impactful as what is happening today in the Middle East. Within all of those two major shocks, there are opportunities and there are threats. But let me talk about the tariff shock in the first place. For a long time, Nigeria was a beneficiary of Africa Growth Opportunity Act, which allowed us to sell some things to the US tariff-free. The US government put a 14% tariff on most of the things that we sell to America. Globally, the World Trade Organization estimates that this will reduce global economic growth from 3.2% to 2.7%. This is a major issue, but it is also an opportunity for Nigeria and particularly for Abia State, and I'll tell you how and why in a minute. The second shock is the Middle East conflict. Now, I don't know where your views are about the Middle East conflict, and many of us have never heard of the Strait of Hormuz before. But there are 5 or 6 economic choke points in the world: Gibraltar, Hormuz, Malacca, and there are 2 or 3 others. But Hormuz is particularly important because 20% of all hydrocarbon goes through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we can think about crude, but what people are not thinking about is what it means for fertilizer, what it means for gas, what it means for sulfuric acid, what it means for all the industrial base that the world depends on. Now, I don't know also your point of view, but in the small firm that I run now in London, we are preparing ourselves for a crisis that will last till the end of this year. So it is a shock, and everything I say today may be affected by it. And I pray that this does not last longer than the next few months. But I think the tail risk that this goes on till November at the minimum is very, very high. And anybody who thinks that Iran is just lashing out widely is making a big mistake. The missiles are hitting particularly US interests in the region. So this is a battle that is very different and could have a long tail of shock, but I can also see opportunities for our country. So I'll tell you about that in a minute. And where do I see these opportunities? The first is supply chain diversification for the world. It started already, but it's going to be accelerated by this crisis. These disruptions, in my opinion, create these opportunities partly because the WTO projects that Africa will lead merchandise imports in the whole world, the growth in the whole world. Africa Continental Trade Agreement, which brings 54 countries into one single market, is also the things that WTO estimates will bring a collective opportunity for Africa. So as the world starts to look at how you diversify away from the Middle East and how you start to diversify away from China, from all these places, the attention of the world is shifting aggressively to Africa. In my firm, we never really invested much. When I left NSIA, I'll pause for a minute and tell you a personal story. When I left NSIA, I went back to what I was doing before. I was a semiconductor analyst, so I was a technology analyst. So NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, these were my clients. So I went back to what I used to do before I was in government. And by the way, that is a very important template. Why is Alex Oti doing well? He's a banker. If he finishes government, he goes back to banking. Why did I believe Uche will have made a great governor when he ran? He's an industrialist. When he finishes, he goes back to what? That's what he's come back to do. So Abia, we will never elect somebody who doesn't have a job before. That will now go back and make government their full-time job. That's why Alex is doing very, very well. So I went back to what I used to do before. I had a job before I came to government. We never used to invest. We started building AI companies. We built 2 of them, data centers, and also started investing in infrastructure businesses. In the last 12 months, we have reallocated capital. We have made our first acquisition in Nigeria. We're making our second acquisition in Nigeria. And we are very, very excited about the opportunities that Abia State presents. So I'm not saying this as a matter of theory. I'm saying this as a matter of fact and something that I personally believe in. What are those opportunities? Let me tell you about Africa collectively before I come to Abia State. The WTO, and I was reading this research last night, saying that Africa collectively will build will drive income growth by 2035, that's in the next 10 years, including 2026, by $450 billion. The fastest growth in the world will occur here in Africa. The biggest opportunities will occur here in Africa. And again, back to this point about choke points. See, God has a sense of humor. 20% of the world hydrocarbon, he puts a very small gate called the Strait of Hormuz to lock it up. But we have 3,000 miles of coastline, no choke points. We have hydrocarbon that runs all the way from Algeria through Nigeria all the way to Namibia now. So this is going to be Africa's decade and perhaps Africa's century. And I also think this could actually be Abbia's century. We'll come to that in a minute. So, when I look at Abbia, there are quite a few things that excited me. Obviously, there's been economic platforms built at the governor. There's been institutional reforms. The one that caught my attention, which was conceived a little bit earlier, is economic city, the Enyimba economic city, which I believe, in many ways, will be one of those things that will serve us very well over the next 6 years and should be an opportunity for every one of us in this room to have a way to look into it. I believe that every factory built in Abia State will be a hedge against oil price volatility. I also believe that every palm oil refinery is a hedge against import inflation. Every technology venture in Aba is a hedge against global trade disruption. This is what it means for a state to contribute to national economic resilience. And it is precisely what Abia State under Governor Oti, in my opinion, is building. Now, let's go through a few things. The place of Abia State in Nigeria's economic resurgence is defined by 5 structural realities. Number 1, resource endowment. Number 2, human capital. Number 3, entrepreneurial tradition. Number 4, our geographic location, which I think we have not come to realize is a major advantage. And number 5 is our commercial centrality. The institutions, and then finally, number 6, is institutional transformation under Governor Oti and his capacity through all the platforms they have created to serve as a national engine of economic growth and diversification. So let's go through them one by one. Resource endowment. And here I'm going to focus on oil, agriculture, and land. Abia State is home to 57% active oil wells, producing 60,000 barrels per day. Are you aware? Okay. With crude oil and gas contributing 39% of our state GDP. You see, part of it is most of these things go over our heads. There are only 1 or 2 people in this room, and I'm glad Uche gets it. And there are many other people in this room who have not tapped into that opportunity. Agriculture accounts for 27% of our state GDP and employs 70% of the workforce. Our state has some of the most fertile soil in Nigeria. We have a great climate. We have good rainfall. And recently, I was captivated by the MOU signed by the governor to produce the $200 million MOU with Presco for 14,000 hectares of palm oil cultivation. Your Excellency, I'll just add one thing. You see, when you give this to big enterprises, it's good. But I'll tell you one thing that may even be better. Let us turn it into a collective distributed scheme where everybody is given seedlings, grow your own palm oil, going from palm tree, let's gather it and take it to that place. Because I think if we do not make it collective, we don't have enough land for one person to take a lot of it, but we have enough people and enough land for everybody to participate in it. So make a smallholder scheme that makes everybody feel a part of this, because we have the land, we have the space, and people need to be kept busy. Secondly, let's talk about our markets. Ariaria International Market is actually, I hadn't realized this, that Ariaria hosts 2 million traders. 2 million traders. And these are people who have walked through a resilient environment. Not necessarily in that place, there are only 37,000 stalls. We're talking about people that come in and go out, not those who are resident. So on a regular basis, there's that traffic And I am delighted by the things happening in Aba, the way it's being transformed to make sure that we can capture this. And there's a lot more that we can all do as a people. So, where's the opportunity? Obviously, this manufacturing cluster has survived decades of infrastructure neglect through sheer entrepreneurial resilience and is the foundation upon which a formal industrial revolution can be built. Abia is ranked 5th most industrialized state in Nigeria and holds the 4th highest index of human development in this country. You see, people will tell you things about Abia, and sometimes the data isn't actually quite correct. The data is telling us that we're actually higher than the narrative that the country had built over time. The good news is, the bad news was the infrastructure was bad. The good news is now that the infrastructure is better, we can now shine as a light that we used to be. Now, let's talk about the geographical and commercial centrality. Abia is located in Southeast. It connects, it's the only state that has, I think it has 5 land borders, and frankly sits at the heart of a traffic line that connects about 11 states altogether between the South-South and the Southeast within 150-kilometer radius. This catchment area includes 60 million people. So as we develop as Abia, we should think beyond just Abia. We should look at that 60 million catchment as our market. That is how we should be thinking. So when you think how to develop, you think from a regional standpoint. I will go fast because I have an 18-page paper. I'm only in page 6. So I'm going to have to move a little faster. And so I'm going to skip a number of things. But the paper will be circulated, so feel free whenever you have time to read it. Institutional transformation under Alex Otti. There's no doubt. Alex is somebody many of us have known for a very, very long time. I went to University of Port Harcourt. I was privileged to go with him. I think in the year he graduated, which was a few years before I graduated, he was the only person to make first class in the entire school in economics. And so, having overlapped our careers, I started my career at Diamond Bank. Later on, he became managing director of Diamond Bank. Alex, Governor Alex Otti, in many ways, has been, is for us the epitome of what the right governor should be. And we're grateful and thankful to God that we have him as our governor. So when I look at things that we have done with IGR quintupling 5x from 20 billion to 100 billion, one day salaries are now being paid on time, 28th of every month. You've seen, I was in Aba this last Christmas and went through Port Harcourt Road, and I just couldn't believe it because many of us remember what it used to be. And we've seen 33 communities that have not been completely cut off from electricity, have electricity restored. There are just so many things. But the specific one is the improvement in the ease of doing business, where Abia has seen its ranking improve from 33rd. It was 33rd out of 36 in ease of doing business. Now it's 21st, and the data is telling us that Abia is rising to somewhere in the single digits in the next 2 years in terms of ease of doing business. So these are some of the things that I think puts us in a very good place. And these are not me endorsing it. These are national and international endorsements. UNESCO recently commended the state's education policy. So in many ways, these institutional reforms is what is creating, in my opinion, the right platform for Abia as a place for its role in Nigeria. And then finally, the industrial assets of Abia State. As at the last count, I know that 76 Indian companies have expressed interest to manufacture. When we at the economic city, the Indian economic city, the federal government put up a program that actually talks about made in Nigeria for export. And this made in Nigeria for export, in many ways, is attracting a lot of Chinese manufacturing interests and Indian manufacturing interests. I'm hoping that part of this symposium and this think tank is about how we, as businessmen and entrepreneurs and industrialists, will also key into these programs. When these programs are announced, they're not announced for foreigners only. You know, there's almost a tendency that I see where things are announced and people think it's for foreigners. It's not for foreigners, it's for us. Made in Nigeria for export. Abia is central to it. Be a part of it. So, let's talk about investment opportunities. And I promise to go faster. So, let's talk about investment opportunities. And let's talk about where private capital meets public purpose. The argument for Abia's place in Nigeria's economic resurgence, I think I've made that argument. But let's speak now about the investable opportunities. So let's talk about manufacturing and agro-processing. Aba's manufacturing cluster in Texas, leather goods, footwear, pharmaceuticals, plastics. In fact, you talk about the shoes in Aba. I read that something in the order of 40% of the shoes bought by the lower income population of West Africa, it's not Nigeria, West Africa, are made in Aba. Now, these are all made from small businesses. We need to now scale those small businesses. We need to invest in helping this industrial revolution to take effect. The Innovation Park, the Abia Innovation Park, Industrial Innovation Park, which is going to host a modular refinery and expected to support over 1 million people when it is done, I think creates significant opportunities for many people to participate. When you have a refinery, it's not just storage and refining. There's a whole process that is part of it. There are specialist chemical processes that are part of it. There is support for all the industries around that that's part of it. I don't need to tell Igbo people, or particularly people from Abia, what to do. Just be aware that this exists, and it is for us. Obviously, I've talked about the agriculture. I've talked about the economic city. I'm also now going to talk about very specifically something that's been on my mind, and this is improving the quality of our real estate, particularly hospitality real estate. It might please some of you to know that there's been a lot of interest that's coming from the likes of Marriott residences, Hyatt residences, to create 3-star, 4-star hotels across most of those states. And Abia State, in my opinion, is one place that I have been asked about many, many times by people who want to invest in that area. When I go down Coastal Road and I see the new Lagos that's being built, I'm taking and I'm hoping, and I've heard about all the investments in real estate made by our people in other places, which is wonderful. It's great. It's great. I don't have any problem with it. But I'm also saying the same standard is how we now need to go and build properly at home. So this is an opportunity that in itself is very important. If you don't have a decent hotel, international businessmen will not visit you. I'm telling you practical reality. If you don't have, they will not come. When I was privileged very early in my career to manage some money for Goldman Sachs Asset Management in London. And I managed 2 different funds. One fund was $3.2 billion. The second fund was 300, 400, grows to $600 million. And we used to go to Taiwan and Shenzhen back in 1999. Shenzhen was like, I don't know, just one village. And there was a program in Shenzhen to start by making it a technology hub. And we used to stay in Hong Kong and go to Shenzhen in the morning and come back to Hong Kong because there was no place to stay. Now, gradually over time, Shenzhen today looks like something out of the Matrix movie. Steady investment in quality real estate. Make people welcome. They will come. They will pay. By the way, they'll pay. So the days of little mom and pop hotels for people, we need to start to go a little bit above that. Because if you want to bring a man to invest $1 billion in your state, give him a place to stay that's nice. So this is the area that I think starts to become extremely important, real estate. So how do we finance these things? I think that's the next question. Now I'm going to skip over my speech because if I keep reading, we'll never finish. So let me just talk about a few things. And I think one of the things that I have come to realize is that many people are not really fully utilizing the schemes that are in place in Nigeria to help many of us invest. And here I'm going to speak from my experience as former CEO of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. You see, we announce programs, announce schemes. I will see people from everywhere else turn up. I hardly see people from Abia State turn up. I don't know whether it's we have enough, or we are not aware, or we just believe that it is not for us. I don't know which one it is. Maybe it's a combination. But let me deal with one aspect, awareness. What you do with it is your problem. But let me start by talking about a few things. The Ministry of Finance Incorporated, it's been announced. They've done programs. I sat with them the other day and I said, where is Abia State? They said, nobody has come. You announced renewed hope, real estate, with government guarantee, with trillions of naira invested in it. Abia State needs to be there. So I just want to make sure you are aware that, and by the way, I speak for Ministry of Finance Incorporated because I wrote the reform paper that created MOFI today. Yes, I can say that on camera because it is true. You see, I'll tell you about MOFI, Ministry of Finance Incorporated. When I was running the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, I saw all of these assets of the government under a scheme company called MOFI, Ministry of Finance Incorporated. So when the government invests in any program, Ministry of Finance Incorporated is what holds the shares of government in any of those institutions. Now, it was just a passive desk under the Accountant General's office. And under Madam Zainab, Minister of Finance in Uche's administration, when they were in government, your colleague in cabinet, we said, look, we need to turn MOFI into an active investment company. And I said, look, let's go back to two examples. Singapore. It's a Ministry of Finance Incorporated in Nigeria was incorporated under the same laws as the Ministry of Finance Incorporated across all British colonies. Malaysia, Singapore, all of them. What Singapore did was Singapore decided to not privatize their assets, but turn Ministry of Finance Incorporated into an investment company to then grow those assets. At the time it was created, it had $90 million of assets. What assets did they have? They had Singapore Telecoms, Singapore Airlines, just investments here and there. They turned them into an investment vehicle. Today it's worth $400 billion, okay? B, not M, billion dollars. So let us turn MOFI into the same scheme where we've privatized more of our best assets, but that's done. But this organization can now raise capital externally, which is what Temasek is doing for Singapore, and bring in capital. So this is a reform program of MOFI. This is a very powerful reform of this government. And they are building estates in the north, building estates everywhere else. So businessmen, government, please be aware, this is something that we should go and look at as a source of capital. I'm talking about awareness. Secondly, NSIA. Let's talk about NSIA for a minute. And I speak about NSIA because it was the singular privilege of my career to have been the pioneer CEO of the NSIA. But the story was not very simple. When we started the NSIA, I remember arriving to meet Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who I think, by the way, by marriage is a daughter of Abia State and the singular most phenomenal professional you can find in public service. There's nobody that comes close to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, nobody. And I will say that hand on heart. Not just because she was my boss, she's no longer my boss, but because it is true. Ngozi, when she started the NSIA, said to me, two things. Number one is run it as professionally as you can. In fact, I don't want to see you in the ministry. You're not part of the ministry. Go and run it as an independent investment company. Make your decisions with your board. The same way you run any organization internationally is how you should run this. And she protected us politically. All the pressures that came, she took it and allowed us to build an organization that today I still think. You know, when I go to Harvard Business School and I see one of the organizations we created, which is InfraCredit, it's a case at Harvard Business School, I remember the conversation she and I had. But this is not the point of today's story. The point of what I'm telling you is this. The NSIA is an investment company of the government of Nigeria. The NSIA will not come to you to say, we want to invest in your states just like that. The NSIA will come if you go to them and say, this is what we want you to do for our states. Now, they're not an easy place to deal with, I know, because I built the place. But you are going to have to pound and pound and pound the table, and they will turn around and they will work with you eventually. But I'll give you one hint. If you're going to the NSIA, bring your A game. Okay? Your presentation has to be perfect. Your corporate governance has to be right. Your business case has to be compelling. And your commitment to the business itself has to be something that is exemplary. But they do have the capital, because we built it from $1 billion to $4 billion today, with ability to write guarantees through its other agencies in excess of $10 billion. It exists. The capital exists in this country. So, again, it's about you being aware of it. Let me talk about some of the things I'm not fully aware of. Of course, many of you know BOI already, so that I don't need to talk about. Development Bank of Nigeria is one place I don't see a lot of us smaller business people. I'm talking about people who are looking for 5 million naira, 10 million naira, 100, up to 100 million naira. That's the Development Bank of Nigeria. This organization, I talk about it because the NSIA built them. The NSIA built Development Bank of Nigeria. The NSIA built Mortgage Financing Company. The NSIA, under my leadership, built all these organizations. So they exist. But what I keep saying is, they are not just for people in Abuja. These are things that I'm trying to bring to your awareness for small enterprises to play a role in. So this is me addressing how you get your capital. Look, there's a long thing here, but please, the paper is going to be shared to everybody. So please, I will encourage you, because I actually think that there's some things here that I haven't been able to talk about. But there's also this whole rush for international investors, which is great, but the world is going to be very difficult for international investors in the next 2 years. This thing happening in the Middle East will have repercussions like we will never know. Qatar used to be one of the few people that you turn up to, they just 1 billion, 2 billion is nothing. They will struggle to make those investments after this disruption. Many of you don't know this, but 30 years ago, Qatar was a bankrupt country. Bankrupt. They didn't have anybody, they couldn't feed themselves, really. This is 40 years ago, so not 30, 40 years ago, Qatar. Today, everyone talks about Qatar. Qatar was practically bankrupt 40 years ago. It was one gas project that turned Qatar around. Today, they have sovereign wealth fund worth $500 billion. They have Qatar Airways. They built a fantastic country. This particular asset has been damaged, and it will take 5 years to rebuild it. So the idea of going to Qatar to ask for capital is going to be very difficult. The same thing is happening to UAE. The bulk of the global free capital that we have spent has come from 3 sources. It's come from the hydrocarbon growth in the Middle East. It's come from the excess leverage in Japan. And it's come from excess leverage across the United States. These 3 places provided the excess capital that the world went for. The Middle East will need 3 years to reconstruct. Japan is deleveraging. And the United States is now going to struggle in many ways to pay its debts. So, I'm not saying don't go for international capital. I'm saying spend more time at home to look for capital. And thankfully, our banks are much better capitalized now to play some of these roles that some people are looking for. I am not trying to burst anybody's bubble, but I see a lot of people going around looking at international capital. I just smile. I say, you came to England to look for money. England is looking for money. So, wonderful, wonderful trip for a lot of people to go to the United Kingdom last week. But there isn't really much to give you. There's not much anywhere to give you. So, spend more time here at home gathering capital. And that brings me to the last point about capital. Collective capital. Collective capital. It's time for us in this room to invest with ourselves. And sometimes it's easier to go as a group than to go as an individual. It's the fastest way, in my opinion, to create collective capital and make an impact. So, I'm going to wrap up. Because, like I said, there are just so many things that we can go to. So let me wrap up by saying, the place of Abia State, in many ways, I think, is established. The government have put together a lot of reforms. And oh, by the way, I was very happy to read about some of the things that have improved in security. And more recently, having an Air Force base in Abia and having an airport built. And I have heard people say, oh, do we need an airport? Yes, we need an airport. We do. Trust me, it does. Yeah, an airport is not just a place for a plane to land and take off. It's actually an economic engine that the state actually needs to get built. So it is not a luxury. It's a luxury. It's not a luxury. So because along with that also, it will improve a lot of things around security because you cannot have an Air Force base in your state without an airport. It's a little bit difficult to make sure happen. And then an Air Force base in your state helps you improve security in many ways. So there are just so many interconnectedness to these things that I think are very, very, very important. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the place of Abia State in Nigeria's economic resurgence is that of an essential engine. It's not a beneficiary waiting for growth to trickle down, but an active, productive, and strategically irreplaceable contributor to Nigeria's economic transformation. I want you to remember this. We are not waiting for people to come and trickle down economics for us. No, we are actually essential, we are part, and we are parcel of the whole transformation. Abia contributes through oil production. Abia contributes through agricultural endowment. And Abia contributes through commercial dynamism of Aba and the economic platforms that this government is putting in place. And we believe, I believe, that this positions Abia State to capture a significant chunk of the supply chain diversification now underway. Through Abia's improving system of governance, its increasing IGR, its reformed healthcare, I didn't even mention the healthcare, quite amazing what has been happening with the healthcare, and the starting of an insurance scheme for healthcare provision. This, I think, is something, again, that hasn't been mentioned, but there are opportunities there for those who understand that business. And then, through all our entrepreneurs, and who, if given the right information, and the right formalization support, and the right connections to organizations like the ones I have mentioned, will scale their businesses from workshops to factories, from local suppliers, regional exporters. Recently, we've seen comments made by not just Dr. Konjiwala, Professor Shimbajo recently commended our governor for his transformational leadership. Everybody talks about it. But I would say something. Competition for capital is very difficult. Investors are now comparing us to Ghana, Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, Morocco. There are many places that they can go to. And one of the things they all look for is quality of governance. And for us, this is where Abia State has one of the most important edges, and we should all leverage it. Our governor is not just an economist who governs like a statesman. My governor is not just an economist, he also governs like a statesman. And having made Abia State's governance quality one of his most compelling investor propositions. Today, when you talk about Abia State, you tell them, okay, from Abia State. In the past, it wasn't always that easy. So, what am I saying, ladies and gentlemen? I'm saying that we're calling on all of you as industrialists to anchor manufacturing operations in Abia. We're calling on all agri investors to partner on palm, oil, cassava, rice, food value chains. These are all things available. But more importantly, I'm also calling on people who work in my industry in technology investing. It's time to build the Abia digital economy. I'm also speaking to those who are involved in healthcare, particularly pharmaceutical investors. It is time to look at elevating our medical capacity. I still remember when we built the diagnostic center in Umuahia, the FMC diagnostic center in Umuahia. It was very interesting. Umuahia was not our first choice. Owerri was our first choice for the Southeast. And I remember being in a big debate with the chief medical director of the FMC Owerri, who just didn't understand what we were trying to do. So I luckily, somebody I went to Government College Umuahia with was at FMC Umuahia. I said, you know what? We've already made allocation for the East. Let us go and put this in Umuahia. Now, that project was not small. It cost us $2.5 million to put the project in place, and we put $2.5 million in working capital to run it. And I look back today, and when I see the statistics of the impact that singular investment has made in improving healthcare outcomes, I was very, very delighted. For NSIA, that was a tiny little investment. By the way, again, another hint for you. The minimum investment for NSIA is $5 million. Like I said, if you don't go and ask them to come, they will not come. So go and look at things you can do in and around that area. The point I'm making is this. The thing that I found fascinating wasn't just that we built that. It was when they were doing kidney transplant in FMC Umuahia that I realized the quality of capacity that is in Abia State medical systems. We have highly trained doctors. Abia State University Teaching Hospital has regained its accreditation. There's a whole set of opportunity sets, in my opinion, that come through that. But for me, it was the presence of that investment was, for me, an eye-opening experience as to the other opportunities that do exist in Abia State. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, we have a good state here. My objective is to provide you as much information to make Abians believe again that good governance creates opportunities for all of us. Abia State is strategically located in Nigeria. We have unmatched entrepreneurs. We just now need to scale the investments to the point that it's going to help us be a part of the Nigeria story in a big way. Nigeria is rising, and Abia State is not waiting to be carried by the rising tide. Abia is helping to create that tide. Abia is a place where Nigeria's economic resurgence will echo, not at the margins, not in the footnotes, but at the center of the story. Abia is an essential contributor, a strategic platform, and a proof that when governance is taken seriously, when public resources are used wisely, and when the state is fully open to the energy of its people and the capital of the world, transformation is not a slogan, it is a reality. It is Abia. I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Please, let's celebrate this gentleman. This is awesome. What do we say to him? This is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you so much. If there is, I know you picked a lot. You're going to get this speech, okay? Every one of you get this speech. Make sure you dropped your name. Your email is important, and make certain that it's properly written, so we don't forward your information to another person. But this is amazing, and thank you. If there's one thing we've achieved right now, he said, I came to make you to believe again. I love that. Tell somebody by your side, believe again. Yes, we have every reason to believe again. We have seen it. We are even sniffing the aroma here in Lagos as it's happening down there in Abia. Thank you so much, Dr. Uche Oji. You have really met and surpassed our expectations. Thank you. You will live long. Your fountain will never run dry. You'll get to the best of places. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this speech will be dissected by a couple of important gentlemen here with us. And I want to give them a chance to come up. But before we do so, please, can you get me that paper, Mazis? Thank you. That white one, the white one. Thank you. Before we do so, we want to recognize the presence of some people that are sitting by your side. So if I don't mention your name, don't worry, I'll soon mention it. If I don't mention your name, please don't leave this hall until I mention your name. Mazi Solomon Okoro is a banker and a scientist. He's in the house. Let's celebrate him. Mazi Ozochukwu Onwuchekwa is a real estate and valuer. Please we welcome you. And Mazi Roy Orji, Roy, right? Please, where is he? Oh, yes, he's way down there. Please celebrate him. That's a fantastic gentleman. He's a banker and a brother to the keynote speaker. And you can see how beautiful both of them look like. I don't want to say they're handsome. They're very beautiful. From Future View, we recognize the presence of the MD CEO, Mazi Emeka Ndukwe. Where are you? Yes. And then from Victory Empowerment Center, we recognize the presence of Dr. Ozoma Nwazuoke, CEO and founder. You are also welcome. So all the other CEOs and founders and big and people that K.O. Mbadiwe would like to call men of timber and caliber, we will be calling you calling your name out as the case may be. Right now, we want to have a panel discussion on this matter very briefly. Thank God we are still behind schedule. I want to have, there are 2 blue seats on the table, and so we have two blue-collared gentlemen that will be seated there. I want to welcome Sir Sam Onukwe, my brother and friend. I've missed you for 10 years now. I'm so happy seeing you. Please, someone take his stuff. He's a great man, and I will soon be reading out his citation. Sir Onukwe, you're welcome to this occasion. Mazi said I should really welcome you. Have you noticed that we have very distinguished Sams in the house? Hello? Yeah, we have it's like this name is a name we should be giving our children going forward. In Abia, we have a lot of Sams, and they're all distinguished. And then, oh, by the way, we have another Sam. For the panel of discussion, please, let's make welcome Dr. Uchechukwu Sam Oga. Okay. His Excellency Dr. Oga is in the house, and very wonderful gentleman, humble to the point that humility needs another definition. Thank you so much for coming here. We are welcome. But we also have online contributors to this conversation on renewed Nigeria's economic resurgence is Abia ready. We have 2 wonderful sons of Abia extraction, and they will be contributing online. So please pay attention as I call Chief Johnson Chukwu. He was here, but like Mazi said, he had to catch his flight. So, but he's going to make his contribution online. Let us celebrate Chief Johnson Chukwu in the house. Okay. And one more person that's important for us to mention will be contributing from outside the country. Professor Ndubisi Ekekwe is a household name. So please, let's celebrate him. All the way from the United States, he'll be contributing to this conversation. They're all following what's going on. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, I want you to know that Mazi Sam Ohabonwa, another Sam, the bigger Sam, the biggest Sam, he will be moderating this very session. Let's celebrate him. All right. So just to let us understand the 2 panelists that have just climbed up, Sir Sam Onukwe is a seasoned Nigerian investment banker, stockbroker, and capital markets leader with over 3 decades of experience in banking, finance, and securities dealing. He's a graduate in accounting from Yabatech, and he's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants and an associate of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, and holds affiliations with the bodies of the Chartered Institute of Taxation. And he began his career with extensive service at the central bank and followed by roles in merchant banks and commercial banks and a whole lot of stuff. There's so much written here concerning him. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's celebrate Sir Sam Onukwe. And of course, I know not needing an introduction to you all, because you had always supported him, voted for him, voted and re-voted for him, and you had always expected him. A worthy son of ATTA extraction. Panelist today is His Excellency. Yes, the chairman said that if you have contested, we should call you His Excellency. Mr. Chairman, I hide under your protection. All right, so we want to recognize that His Excellency Dr. Uchechukwu Samson Oga, born in 1969 in Onuaku, Uturu. Onuaku, that name I think rings a bell. And I think, by the way, let me recommend it now. If you need a place where you go on ecotourism or any form of tourism, please find your way to Onuaku. You will be amazed what you will see there. All right. I was there to present a speech that titled "The Power of a Dream," and when I got there, there was nothing. Fast forward 15 years afterwards, I went there. I couldn't recognize any. In fact, I actually drove past, not knowing that I had gotten to. It's energy city. It's some form of wonder that if we have 2 or 3 or 4 more of Dr. Choga, it may look like an overdose, but we want more of his type. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the president of Masters Energy Group. He's a Nigerian entrepreneur, oil magnate, philanthropist, and former politician. He's a politician, not former word. Widely recognized as the founder and president of Masters Energy Group, a major conglomerate with over 15 subsidiaries spanning oil and gas manufacturing and other sectors, and has driven industrial growth, including transforming his hometown Uturu into an economic hub with multiple factories. Starting from humble beginnings, he built a distinguished career after education in accountancy from institutes like IMT and then the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and later earning a PhD and holding prestigious fellowships such as FCA. He served as Nigeria's Minister of State for Mines and Steel Development, and contested for governor, and is honored with National Honor CON and OON. Ladies and gentlemen, because his CV is too large and I can't finish it, you people can use a clap offering to please help me summarize it. Thank you and welcome, His Excellency. Right now, I will hand over the microphone to Mazi Samuel Wabunwa to moderate the discussions. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Because I was wondering whether you are sleeping. The way the answer came first. I think we're having a very great afternoon. If you believe me, say yeah. You know, I don't know if you've gone to big summits, big events where economy is being discussed. You go to big business schools where they are doing scenario planning and looking at socioeconomic, political environment. Today we are so blessed. For price of one, we're getting many. The guest speaker is a first-class student, and he has presented a first-class guest speech. I don't think anybody here would say he didn't get one benefit. As much as I have been involved in issues related to economy and ABIA, I have gained a few things here today. And what is important, the stage is set for what we have come to do. And he said, and I think the chairman started it with saying, we don't measure progress by just speaking. We measure progress by what? The results that we find on the ground. We're not going to be talking about all the opportunities, but who is taking the opportunities. Sometimes we assume that we know. And that's why I say let's start from information, awareness. Because it's when people get to know that they begin to be motivated to take advantage. gathered in this room today represent what I call the Abia elite in Lagos and Abuja, those who are here. And many people are online, in addition to those who are going to speak to us somehow, because this program is being streamed real time, on Facebook, on YouTube, and people are joining us also on Zoom. So we are doing the bit we can to create some bit of understanding, because my Bible says when you light a candle, you should put it where? On top, not under the bushel. And no matter what policies exist, both in Abia and the federal government, and if we don't know about them, they will pass by. So I will move on now to get our panelists to intervene. We're going to ask them to speak twice. The first time is to give them opportunity to make some comments on the guest speech. They had the speech. I also sent to them at least 20 minutes before the event. So I hope they've looked at them. Make some comments. That shouldn't be more than 10 minutes, you know, and also their take on what that speech represents and areas, one or two areas they want to highlight. Then the second segment, which is 5 minutes, I'll ask them specific questions. The chairman has done us a great job of drawing up a few relevant questions. I will extract some and ask them one, and that will be 5 minutes. So maximum each panelist will have is 15 minutes to intervene this afternoon. We shall come later to take other questions or comments. Everybody will have an opportunity. It's covered in the program later. So let me start with no particular order, but to say, since Uche is my favorite younger brother, I can start from him. So Uche, please, the mic is yours. The first set is, what's your take on this speech? Are there areas you want to highlight or add some, or even raise any objections on what I've been said? Dr. Uche Oga, please.
Good afternoon, sir. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, ably represented by the Chief of Staff, the Chairman of today's event, the guest speaker, dear friends, brothers and sisters, both from Abia and other states. Today is a wonderful day because first I must appreciate the Abia think tank. They've always been there showing capacity on how to develop and improve Abia. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I want to thank our guest speaker today because I had written something on my laptop. It's just exactly x-rayed all the things that are the critical things that has been done and things that need to be done for our state to be on the right pedestal. You see, something happens that at some point I want to appeal to all Abians, because we don't need to play a zero-sum game anymore, because what we need is support for this state to move forward. For us to see traction in the state means that the collective prayer of everybody, including everybody here, have always prayed for Abia to move forward. And I believe that from his speech you can see there's so much potentials, so much potentials. Let me give you a small history. In 2013, before I even thought about contesting for governorship, I bought a land in Aba, in Umuahia. And I discussed with the governor then. I said, look, there is no human investor that will come to this state and come to Uchoga Hotel and come to OKK Hotel, that we need an international hotel. I had meetings with 2-3 hotels, and I drew an international hotel, and I presented to them. To tell you where they built the government house today is my land. Half of it is my land, because I wanted to build an international hotel. So the fact remains that what our speaker said today is just, and it's coming from an investment banker's perspective. He knows the key things that they need. He knows what questions they will ask. He knows critical things that is needed for us as a people to have credible state. And like he said, Abia is moving on the right direction, from the health sector to the agricultural sector. And I always tell people, I said, if you pick up my manifesto in 2015, everything is there. The green orchards, because that was what made the eastern region the fastest growing economy in the whole world. By 1964, this eastern region was the fastest growing economy in the whole world because of the endless orchard built by Dr. Michael Okpara. And he made us become a pride. And that is, you can't, in fact, if you look at it, most people from Umuahia zone, that's why they're all oil traders, because the mainstay of the business then was oil, palm oil. Today, look at Malaysia, what is going on there. You can imagine if we are replacing all the palm trees built in the next 4 years, what will happen to Abia State? And he came with a perspective which I buy in. At a point, government must centralize. You can give people and then buy up everything and become the exporter, and then the revenue will come, and you create prosperity for your people and for the state. And the same thing will happen in Aba. Our shoes are everywhere, which the governor is doing, because infrastructure is the key thing. Once the infrastructure is there, people can come to invest. People can come to invest. And for me, I want to thank you, Che, for that excellent rendition. For me, it's wonderful. And if people can buy into it, I pick my points, develop it, add to what I have. You develop it for people, because if Abia moves, Nigeria moves. That's all I can tell you. Because if President Ibrahim Babangida can call us the Japan of Africa, that means we're a sleeping giant in Nigeria. Young boys in Aba, when you give them a machine, leave them in 5 minutes, they'll pieces it and give you something better, which means they are creative. Something is resonating out of them. You can use them to build a mega infra. That is, we will be exporting human capital, not just about in Aba there. Our shoes can be, one of the things when I was contesting, I told people, I said, look, we have an understanding. Build the mega shoe industry. We export it. If we're exporting it and it's okay, we're going to sell it. What is the cost? Cost is 50 naira. We're selling it 75. Government will take, you will take. I'll become rich, you will become rich. That shared prosperity will begin to grow our people. That is what the Chinese government is doing. You go to villages, that is where they set up their industries. There are no industries in most of the city because, like I said, today Shenzhen is the technology city of China. Everything you can think of they are making all the POS machines, all the technology, everything about fintech is there. So we can replicate the same thing in our state. and we can show a difference. I thank God for His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti. He has shown a difference in governance. He has shown that he's prepared to govern. You know, the fact is that when a man says, I'm prepared, you know that the man is prepared. And one day, so he has thought about it and is bringing out his best. And all he needs is we give him that support. He buys into every idea. Like what Uche has said, the chief of staff will take the paper to him. He will look at the paper and add to what he has done. And then all we want is our state to be the best. Thank you and God bless you.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Uche Oga. You can see that hunger, that desire to see Abia develop. And you know, we're here on a non-partisan level. When somebody speaks the truth, somebody will go and start saying, because I'm from Aruchuku, so if I see the truth, I will not speak. I don't understand how being from Aruchuku will stop me from seeing a good thing and saying it. What we are saying is, when we see bad thing, we shall say the thing is bad, isn't it? When it is good, do we need to apologize? So we shall say it is bad so that some people will be happy? No. So we are adults, and when you see someone like Uche Oga, tell me what is lacking in his life. You know, I don't have his bank account, but I want to say there are few people richer than himself in Abia. If you agree, say hey. Not only that, he has means of production. He is producing. He is employing people. When he starts seeking for power, I believe all he wants to do is say, I want to do 1 million times what I'm able to do in my own effort. Like Uche said, he said, may we never next time hire anybody to be governor who has no work, who has nothing to go back to, whose job is just to move from one level of politics to another. And when there is nothing else to do in politics, they become very miserable. We're not joking about it. After Alex Oti, when he has completed his 8 years by God's grace, the next person that will come must come in the same mood. I'm not campaigning. I'm not also trying to make people clap for me. I am invested in Abia. At my age and time, and with people like this gentleman, when he started to be governor, all these people who are running to be governors were still in school. So we've invested in Abia. And when we say things, we don't say just to please anybody. If Alex is not doing well, we shall say he's not doing well. But he's doing so well that we cannot afford to say he's not doing well. No matter how you try, you can't succeed. So thank you, Uche, for being who you are and speaking your mind and standing on the truth. Anybody who does not like truth, my grandmother said, "Okpa krofin, ye urukwala ya oku." Onye sina ihe ọma dị ya okpa krofin, ye urukwala ya oku. So that's my prayer for those who say you are not saying. Mr. Chairman is asking for my attention. I cannot stop because he is the governor of this event.
I just want to make an observation. You see, Sam is an Aruchuku man. When they had the opportunity to govern, they couldn't. Now that an Ongwa man, Alex Oti is from Vose and Isi Alangwa. So Sam, stop claiming what you don't have.
All those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Alex is our brother, just as you are my brother. So we are all brothers. Now let's move to the next distinguished panelist, Mr. Johnson Chukwu. This man appears on television every day. If you don't see him on Arise, you see him on channels, you see him on TVC, you see him on AIT. He's everywhere. He's one of the most informed about current developments in the economy, in Nigeria and the world. I'm so proud of him because he's an Abian. Johnson Chukwu of Cowrie Assets. Johnson, if you're online, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mazi. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
We're hearing you very clear.
Okay. Thank you, Mazi. What's up? Then. represents a good attribute of what to expect. But having said that, I think the most important thing is that we now have a leadership that has really defined that is building the foundation upon which a modern state can be constructed. And I'm happy with the caliber of discussants here. I'm quite impressed with the presentation which he did. It's not, I wouldn't say I was surprised. I expected anything like that, but it's almost a PhD thesis he has given us. And I'm happy that the government official will take it back to him. I'll leave it at that, and since I'm called to speak again, thank you, and once again,
thank you, Johnson. You are used to speaking within a very short time frame, so that's why you moderated yourself. Thank you for your contribution, and I believe that the trend is moving in the right direction. The opportunities are presented. The leadership is emerging. The question is, what role do we have to play? We have to take the opportunity. Abia State government is not going to enter into business. Their job is to create the enabling environment and then invite us to take the advantage. And that is what Uche, the keynote speaker, said. We should spectators. We should not be waiting for somebody to do for us. As I was telling the representative of His Excellency, I say part of the problem we have is that each time opportunities present, we look at ourselves and say we're inadequate. Maybe because of our resources, we say we can't handle it. But have you considered if 3, 4, 5 of us got together and pool resources, couldn't we begin to make an impression or a dent on that issue? I know that Sonny Alice is seated here. That is his area. How do you pull resources together? How do you bring investors together? When he started Red Star Express, he didn't go alone. He invited many of us to join him. And today that company is standing because it was built on that solid foundation. If he limited to his own resources, he wouldn't have brought us far. We started Red Star and almost became number 2 in 1 year, from nothing to the number 2 in the courier industry. That's because of the amount of resources, human, material, and capital that were brought. Of course, we faced challenges because of some of the leverages, but we have overcome. And this is an Abia man. Please clap for Sonia Lessing. People don't, he's understated, and stand up. He's always sitting on the background. He likes to operate from behind. He doesn't want to be in the front seat. You know, but Sonny is one of the very, very strong entrepreneurs. He has the skill to come out with ideas and do the hard work to see the ideas become visible. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the third panelist here today, my other younger brother, Sam Onukwe. Another gentleman is like Sonny. They hide behind, they don't want to be seen, but you see their work, then you know who they are. I think they say the empty what? They make the greatest noise. So those that are full and loaded are quiet. So let's invite Sam to make his own contribution. We'll focus on what the keynote speaker's paper. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Mazi, and thank you for the opportunity of being here today. Let me also seize the opportunity to thank the chairman of the occasion, who is a very big uncle and one of the inspirations that I have. I have my own younger brother who is playing a critical role. I'm very proud of him, who is chief of staff to the governor, who is seated here. So, Dr. Caleb, you're welcome. Let me thank, well, let me start with Uche, the keynote speaker, who spoke passionately. In fact, I'm not disappointed at all. It couldn't have been better coming from an investment banker. So thank you so much for giving us this perspective. And I want to thank a very humble man that has been so described here today. He's very humble. Until I went to his office several years ago, I didn't know the strength in that lion. So thank you, Mr. Dr. Uchoga. Thank you. Coming back to Abia Think Tank, I want to thank Mazi for what you've been doing. This initiative started many years ago. And I recall that in 2010, when the first seminar was organized at Government House, Omaha, I think it was at the Opera Auditorium, you were there and you invited Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who spoke passionately. She said something, and which I took away. He asked the then governor, Governor Theodoji, to go and clean up Aba, and also to focus on a particular industry. If he chose to do education, he should focus on education. If it's do any other thing, he should just focus on that. And I think that was largely ignored, if we must tell ourselves the truth. And the subsequent government also did not follow through that advice. And I trust that we now, today, the story is different. We have a governor that has not only transformed that city, but has shown capacity to do great things. So we congratulate His Excellency Dr. Oti. One of the key things that I will speak on a few things I picked from the paper so eruditely delivered by our keynote speaker. The first is his observation that the IGR of the state is growing. And I agree with him, because in a paper published by Budget, it was the state was at the level of about 20 billion in 2023, and grew to 41 billion in 2024, and it's now being projected at 100 billion. I mean, that's a quantum leap. And what that tells me is that there are two shifts. Shifts to manage our finances, and also shifts in, there are two shifts that, this represents two shifts. One, stronger financial discipline, which we are beginning to see, and then improving the capacity to improve internally generated revenue. And that's critical, because it shows the extent to which the state can depend on its own resources, rather than depend on federal allocation, which we have seen has been a big challenge, bearing a few things that have happened in the last few years. The second thing he raised, and I'd like to quote a particular comment he made on the issue of Enyimba Economic City, the impact, the transformative impact of Enyimba Economic City. And he told us here that about 76 Chinese and Indian investors have shown interest, to manufacture, to produce in that city. He also mentioned the impact of what that city could do to the state. First, I want to read this out. I took note of it. I said, every factory built in the Enyimba Economic City is a hedge against oil price volatility. Every palm oil refinery is a hedge against import inflation. Every technology venture in Aba is a hedge against global trade disruption. This is what it means for a state to contribute to national economic resilience. And it is precisely what Abia, under Governor Oti, is building. And so that's a very important observation. And my counsel, my advice to the state government is to ensure that that project, which luckily the keynote speaker was part of bringing it to pass, getting the federal government to invest 20% into that project. And I want to encourage the state government to ensure that that project is not truncated. We don't like a few things we're reading in the papers, but we will encourage them to ensure that, we don't miss the impact of that project in the state. The second issue he raised is on the issue of the large cluster of small and medium-scale enterprises in Aba. And then he asked a question, how come that our people don't come forward to take advantage of the opportunities that exist in capital funding? He listed a number of institutions that they can access. But one of my own personal observations is that most of these industries are largely very informal. They are largely very informal. Governance is a major concern. Sustainability, long-term sustainability is a major concern. And of course, most of them are not manufacturing to standards. And so what should be done in this circumstance? And I think they need some hand-holding. That is where the state can come in, because if we have large SMEs in a state, the states like even industrialized states like US is today supported largely by SMEs. And if Abia is to contribute or retain its position in SME development, there is need for some intentional intervention that will help the small-scale industries scale. And by handholding them to strengthen the governance, to strengthen record keeping, to be able to attract capital, to be able to also produce to scale, to be able to export. And all of this will enable them export. And perhaps at a much later time, we speak on how they can be handheld, or how the state can come in to handhold them to ensure that, to provide some support, to ensure that they reach this level of production. And finally, let me also speak to the level of infrastructure development which the state has done, especially with the major issue that manufacturing outfits have in Nigeria today. One of them is power. When the chairman was talking, when he spoke, he also spoke of the deficiency we have in that area. But I think it has been largely solved with the intervention of geometrics. Today, power is available to a very large extent, and all the states, we can encourage the state to do, is rather than go into further investments, they should be able to support geometrics to expand their production beyond the ringed 9 local governments to cover Umahia and other parts of the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can see us standing.
Thank you very much for touching on those key points. Enyimba Economic City, the issue of bringing a lot more development and investment, also in the area of electricity, and key points that will move the economy go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now go to the next round, which is to ask them specific questions. And Dennis, is Johnson still online? So I start with him. Huh? Yes, let's start with him so that I know how difficult it is to be online. so that we can set him free in case he wants to run. Johnson, are you hearing us?
I am.
Beautiful, thank you. So the question here is, between power, logistics, and policy, which is the first binding constraint to MSME growth in Abia, and what is the fastest realistic way to fix it? Let me take it again. Between power, logistics, and policy, which is the first binding constraint to MSME growth in Abia, and what is the fastest realistic way to fix it? You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will answer this question with the reason of Abia, and I will say that for Abia SME, micro, small and medium scale businesses, the greatest constraint they have is power. If you look at the shoe industry, the textile industry in Aba, which are the hub of the Aba industrial formation, you realize that the greatest constraint they have is power supply. With improvement in power supply, these business operators, these small and medium scale enterprises, have built an ecosystem that somehow seems to surmount policy vacuum that we have in the economy. Otherwise, they won't exist. If they are reliant on government policies, they won't be the textile industry in Aba, they won't be the shoe industry in Aba, and other industrial setups in Aba, the foundry, the mechanical foundries in Aba wouldn't be there. But if you give them power, they are likely going to scale up faster, and their business will be more enduring. So that's the first critical factor. The second critical factor is logistics. And when I say logistics, one of the things that propelled Aba as a hub of commercial activity, because people could come from Benin Republic, people could come, when I was a young man in the 80s in Aba, you have days, people come from Gabon, people come from Cameroon, people come from all parts of West Africa to come by Aba. But at those times, they could enter transport. It was when the express roads, as we call them, they are relatively new, when the government had just built express roads. They could come, get to Lagos, and enter the express road and come to Aba, arrive at Aba in the morning, and then make their purchases. So then, for business owners, those days they spend people from as far as Equatorial Guinea, they come to Aba. So logistics is the next important thing in terms of other ranking. And then you have the policy. The right policies will further incentivize this. Then when you talk of how do we unbottle those constraints, starting with power, which I said is the most important priority that drives economic activities in Aba. And I said, based on our own peculiarities, elsewhere in the world, it could be policy that is number one. And the government has actually encouraged the geometric power supply system in Aba. And then you have a reasonably stable power supply. That's very key. And what I now think we need to do is for those clusters where they operate, the next thing is that I don't know how the tariff system works. The tariff, because if they have to produce for export purposes, if they have to compete with other industrial outlets in the world, because the quality, as they're producing, they're improving their quality. So as they're improving quality, the next thing is that how do they create a market? How do we restore that export that the Aba was known for? If you catch a back, we used to have companies like Nicole Shoes in Aba that was even sponsoring a made in Aba trade fair. Some of them began to sponsor any football team as a them. We need to bring back that and bring that back. So we need to also build a system that will ensure that the tariff they pay for power supply is commensurate with what is competitive elsewhere in the world. So, but that's, for me, you have power supply, the next thing is the cost of that power supply.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please clap for him. If I was an examiner, or if you were examiners, how many marks would you give to?
If I was aware.
No, I'm not. I'm asking the crowd now. If they were examiners, what's the score they will give you for the way you answered the question, and they said 100%. Aren't you lucky? I can never give you. I will give you 100. I will give you 100% myself. But thank you very much. You answered the question very well. You identified the priorities. Power is first. And how do we solve power? It's being solved through geometric and other things that are being done. But what about the affordability? So wanting to have the power, access and affordability is another issue. And that's where you also made some comments. Should we look at how we can make it easy for them to access that power when it's available? Let me move on to the related subject, because it's critical that we focus on this. Of all the questions that were raised here, I'm interested in those ones that would drive activity. And Abia and Aba and Abia, what we are known for is MSME, medium, small and medium scale enterprises. And that is our comparative advantage. If we focus on that, Abia will take off. So Sam, I'm coming to you. The question is, what specific steps between policy, financing, and standards are required for Aba-made products to compete globally within the next 5 years? What specific steps in the area of policy, financing, and standards do we require to make made in Aba products to compete globally within the next 5 years?
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you. As I said earlier, the SMEs in Aba are largely informal, and there is need for intentional policy intervention. I read somewhere in the paper that the speaker presented today that the state PPP should be involved in some form of advocacy and training, and I think we should go beyond that. I don't see government being truly in a position to provide, to handhold the SMEs. But the government can do that in collaboration with private sector, experienced private sector entities or groups. By providing the enabling environment, the PPP or investment office, I think the state now has an investment company, can organize such handholding, bringing in people who are quite experienced. Mazi here, you have written extensively on this subject. Bring people who can, and then Chief also, who is here, is an expert in that area. We have so many people around who can actually give some guidance and direction on how to organize these businesses. Part of the challenge they have, which is a constraint in accessing capital, as I mentioned earlier, is the ability to plan for the future. Strengthen their governance standards, strengthen the manufacturing standards. The government can prescribe standards, can help them in accessing those, scaling to produce to standards such that they will be competitive outside of Aba and even this country. Their goods are all over the place in the world, and we can proudly brand them made in Aba, rather than allow people to brand them made, go to Gucci. Recently, somebody published something that one of those high street shops in England, actually imports leather products from Nigeria, and they will rebrand it to their own, and we go there to buy. So those are areas that government can help them to scale, and hold them, to produce to standard, especially a standard and become competitive beyond the local environments, and beyond Nigeria. They are doing great jobs, but they need to also organize them in such a manner that they will be able to deliver. And so a direct intervention is necessary to build capacity. They need capacity building. At some point, I know the government sponsored a lot of them outside the country. They could also do what some other countries have done. I know that China, for instance, worked to get some incentives for small-scale industries, such that when they have, with such incentives, cost of production will be reasonably down, and they will be able to stand for a long term. Thank you, Mas.
Sorry for my loss of concentration. Thank you so much. We have heard that, but the last one is going to Dr. Uche Oga. You have the last question, and it is as such. How can technocrats enter politics, retain their values, and still be effective within the realities of the Nigerian system? This is a text custom-made question for you. If you fail it, then there's no salvation. What can technocrats like you, how can technocrats like you enter politics? How can they retain their values while in politics and still be effective? You are minister within the realities of the system. Beautiful question, and I'm sure it's going to no better person than Dr. Uchoga.
Thank you,
clap
sir.
for him as he stands up to, as he gets up to, ready to speak.
Thank you, sir. The question is quite apt, and I don't think that, you see, the issue when you say, how can a technocrat, if you look at it, even in when Uchoji was the MD of NSIA, he's clearly a technocrat and a politician. And he came out tops. You see, one thing is about value system and who you are. A technocrat understanding that, look, this is who I am. And I am here for a purpose. And when you discover the purpose, you deliver on the purpose and then move on. And then in no way you don't dent yourself. Because as a technocrat, you are coming to deliver on key strategic issues. Let me give you an example. That when I went into Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, there was one of the subsidiaries, they call it Solid Mineral Development Funds. The Solid Mineral Development Fund was established in 2007. I picked the act and read the act. After reading the act, I wrote a memo to Mr. President for establishment of a statutory revenue. And I defended it because I was a technocrat. I defended, I said, look, anybody can lend 1 trillion to Solid Mineral Development Fund. Once he sees there is revenue, streams of revenue that is coming in. And by the grace of God, it was approved. The president approved it. I went to revenue allocation, mobilization, and defended it. And it was approved. And the president today, they are enjoying a stand from Natural Resources Fund on monthly basis. They are getting revenue into that account for the development of the ministry. The reason is that as a technocrat, you bring in the best in you and put in there. It's not about, see, the issue is that character is very important in whatever thing we do. When you go into your character, you're a technocrat, yes. Technocrat, anybody can be a technocrat. A thief can be a technocrat. An armed robber can be a technocrat. But what character that distinguishes you that when you go in, you come out refined is that you have principles. These are the things I can do. These are the things I cannot do. Those things are key things that have brought you in there. You expand on those things. I wrote a paper, and that paper, by the grace of God, that's what they use in dividing that ministry. Because I wanted them to divide the ministry of steel out of mind. I told them that the reasons why, because the biggest industry in India is steel business. And I wrote, but from where, you know, Nigeria is a very nice place. And it happened to all of us. You understand? So as a technocrat, when you get into politics, you deliver on the mandate, and you know that there is tomorrow, because someone will ask you questions. What did you do? How did you do it? And then you know that when you go out, you'll be able to face the microphone. It's not when you go out, you'll not be able to face, because there are questions they will ask you. You won't be able to answer those questions. So as a technocrat, the best thing today is what we are seeing. You can see it in Abia State. Is it not true? Is he not a technocrat? And he's delivering on his mandate. That's the purpose. What is the purpose of you getting in there? That's the first question. And once you understand the purpose and you deliver on those mandates and purpose, people will be happy. And there will be shared prosperity across the borderline. So I think, for me, a technocrat is a Nigerian, is not from America. So as a technocrat, first of all, see yourself, I'm a technocrat, yes, but I am from here, and I need to deliver on the mandate, which I am in this office for. And once you deliver on that mandate, our keynote speaker has told us all that he did. And today, you cannot remove his name from those deliverables. He delivered on the mandate, and today we're enjoying on his capacity, which he did. If you had brought a politician to that place, first of all, a natural politician will see, is there money there to be shared? That's the first thing.
Do not say I told you.
Eh?
Do not say I told you.
So, but a technocrat will look at how to resolve the issues. And once those issues are resolved, you see there will be shared prosperity for everybody. So I think, for me, I think I've done little that I know. But I think when you talk about, like I said about return values, you know who you are. You know when you live there. Today, our elder, the chairman of today, will say, I was the DG of NDE. And he's proudly saying it. And he can tell you that when I was there, I created this policy. I did this, I did that, I did that. And it's out. And those places are flourishing. That is the way of a technocrat. And then you still retain your value, because tomorrow you'll be called to do a bigger thing. So I think...
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Uche. I believe that he really laid it bare. Who is a technocrat? A technocrat, in my view, is a man who has gone through a system of studies, has acquired skills, has acquired knowledge, which he now applies in the discharge of his profession. And what is the essence of professional qualification is to solve problems in the different areas of our economy, of our society. So technocrats go into power, which is what we're encouraging everybody to do, who is a professional, who has a skill, who has values. Uche is saying that technocrat must go with a vision. He must go with a purpose-driven mentality. What am I here for? He must be a man who thinks about legacy. What do I leave after I have done this? And he's a man who thinks about his reputation. What will people say about me and my generations? Now, when people do not consider this, and they think they can lie their way, they lie today, they lie tomorrow, and they don't remember the lie of yesterday, and then they cause problem for everybody. When people go there without a vision or a mandate or what they want to accomplish, they beat about the bush, trial by error. And lastly, when people go there and they think it's an opportunity to move themselves from the poverty life they've lived to the life of wealth, these are the ones who become greedy because they don't know where to stop, because they didn't even have a training. So value is critical, because an engineer has taken an oath of professional integrity. A pharmacist has taken an oath that 1.000 or 0.1 milligram will never be 1.00.02. Exact it. The medical doctor has taken an oath of fidelity to his profession, a banker. So that's what technocrats are. That's who we are. People in professions who go into politics. We are not saying those who say they are, politicians, or who believe that politics is a profession. Technocrats don't believe that politics is a profession. They think politics as a vocation or opportunity for service. It's not a profession. So that's the distinct thing between technocrats in politics and non-technocrats in politics. So we are all being encouraged. The change we have seen in Abia, the change we are seeing in Anambra State, the change we are seeing in Enugu State, they are examples of technocrats going into politics. And while we are talking about those who cannot see, we can see Uche Oga, who is a politician, who is a technocrat, and he did his service. At the time government called him to serve as minister, he has served, he's come back, he's running his businesses, building new businesses. We are still talking about cement industry. I don't want to leak everything. That's the privilege of a consultant. But cement is coming. Flour is coming, amongst many other big tickets. Somebody called him our own version of Dangote. I say he'll be more than that. And he's still not too old. Yes, he's still very young. He looks very young, and he acts young. So what we are saying is that he's a poster boy of technocrats. And the governor in Abia State is what? A technocrat. So please don't be afraid. Technocrats have shown that yes, the system is corrupt. It's dangerous water. It's shark infested by man-eating sharks. But you can still survive if you have your integrity, if you have your values, and you have a purpose for which you've joined politics. Let's clap for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing this session of the panel to a close so that we can accommodate other events today. But we're going to come back soon after the interregnum. Now we're going to do a small thing as sorry, sir. No. Governor will speak after he has heard us, heard the people. Then he will speak. When governor speaks, the event is over. Is it not the last? He speaks last. They. Look, we're not confusing. So we will do all the speaking. He's here to listen. We are the ones speaking today. The governor is here to do what? Listen. That's the design of the program. Sometimes they'll put the governor at first to give a goodwill message. After giving the goodwill, he will go. He won't listen to what the people are saying. That's not the design of this program. It's not a political meeting. It's what? A business meeting. Even though some politics will also come into business. So please, we thank all our panelists who have x-rayed the wonderful paper given by the guest speaker. The paper is first class. We have e-copies. It's made available to everybody who has registered, and you have a WhatsApp number or email. You'll get a copy of that paper, plus other ones that we'll get in e-form. So thank you, Johnson. I'm not asking you to run away. Stay online. Thank you, Dr. Uchoga. You are part of us. Thank you, Sam. The reason we have put you on this high table is that you know you cannot leave. And the reason why the governor is not speaking yet is that so nobody will go before the governor speaks. You see, that's what we call design and system. As technocrats, we'll get our job properly done. We design our system and the way it will work and deliver value. So we'll just take about 30 minutes to do what I had mentioned before. We have a book that has been published because we're a think tank, so we promote scholarship, we promote thinking. So a member of this association has written a book. I want to present it to all of us, and then everybody takes a copy or 2 or 3 or 10, and we'll now return to where we'll now give you opportunity to speak to the governor. Everybody who wants to make a speech or comment will make, because it's not a one-way traffic. So MC, quickly, we're done in 30 minutes, please.
Thank you. And please, we assure you everything will soon be done. Will soon be done with. His Excellency, ably represented with. We would want you to take your pictures and still take your seats. Thank you. All right, cameras, please. Could you hurry up? We are. Both the interregnum and every other thing will be sandwiched into these 30 minutes that Mazia has given us. So I assure you it's going to be done with. Please settle down so that we can just wrap up. Photographers, please. We don't want this event to be scattered because of movements. I beg of you. All right. Dr. Oga. Yes. Please, everybody in the...
Uche, where you put sit down, the high table has not been dissolved.
No, we
Sam,
said,
come back.
We said the panel is still on.
Panel sits down.
Yes, we said the panel is still on.
It's only the governor is going to use the restroom. He's not leaving. Please. Where is our chairman?
Please, we beg of you.
Chair, please.
I would like to have on the platform. Please, can we settle down? I beg of you. It's just for him to use the restroom.
Go on, please. Go on.
Thank you. Can I have Ochaga Regan Ofomba on the platform so we can do the next thing? Please put your hands together for Ochaga Regan Ofomba. Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the ATTA think tank has an erudite scholar amongst us, and this is the author of our book, Jesus Christ. His name is Moses Abubakar Carlo. Is a social reformer and crusader and transformational leadership person, and he has put together this great work that we are about to look into. That's called Transformational Leadership and the National Vision. So coming direct from the stables of ATTA Think Tank, this man has done a lot in this work. So, but then before we present him, we have a reviewer in a very great one for that matter, Professor Charles Obulogo. I don't know if he's still online. Can he hear us? Professor
Dennis, it's online, Prof.
Yes, because we would like to hear him right away. For your information, for those of us who do not know, there's a lot on Professor Charles Obulogo, but just let it be concisely made known to us. He's a professor of English and professor of leadership. He has been a professor from his days at the University of Lagos, and he has been a professor at the Covenant University. I think he was a deputy vice chancellor there, and now he is the vice chancellor of Madoka University. This is a very big intellectual that's in our midst. He is to talk to us on his understanding of the book that we are about to look at today. Professor Obulogo is a man you would like to listen to. However, this is a very short review of the book that we want to unveil now, and we would like to listen to Professor Obulogo. Please, Professor, you can take the stage. Can you hear us, Prof? All right, Prof, can you hear us? Sorry? Oh, he has logged out. Okay, we'll still get him back. Let's just continue. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I need to inform you there's item 7 available for everyone. So don't let us carry our food home. This is Mazi's program, so you can be sure there's enough item 7 for you. All right. And then, so while we wait for Professor Obulogo, I would like us to So when we wait for Professor Obulogo, I would like us to pay attention to the new lion that we have brought on stage. That is Ochaga Regan Ofamba. You are welcome, sir. Well done. See how he's looking like my father used to look like this when he was around. That's beautiful. Yeah, you never can tell. All right, Ochaga Regan Ofamba is a prominent Nigerian industrialist, businessman, politician, philanthropist, and devout Catholic from Abia State. He is recognized for his contributions to manufacturing, trade, and finance, and he is also a Harvard Business School alumnus. Please celebrate him. And he's a trained global negotiator. He founded and chaired the Reagan Group, including the Reagan Cement, with a 1.2 million metric tons capacity plant in Calabar. And there's a lot on this gentleman, but he is going to be the one that will be doing the unveiling. But just before he does the unveiling, I understand that Professor Charles Obulogo, one of our best celebrated brains, is already online. Please, may we receive your review right now, Professor Obulogo. Thank you. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
I would like to say a big thank you for this privilege. I've been thoroughly furnished with the details of what has happened today, and I just got into it by serendipity. I want to say big thank you to Master Wakuma for the privilege. What I'm doing today is to explore the book by Moses Bakalo entitled Transformational Leadership and National Vision And by way of some prefatory, I am saying that perhaps I quite for this assignment because of my interest in leadership development. For example, I've been the president and chairman of council of the Professional Leadership Institute of Nigeria. I also served as the chairman of the Center for Excellence in Innovation and Leadership. As a Center Chancellor of 11 universities at the highest level of close to 4 decades. By the way, by God's grace, I'm the vice Global Medical University, the fastest growing private university in Nigeria for today. Within less than 2.5 years, we have opportunity to admit 5,270 students. These opportunities that we have enabled me to interrogate development paradigms across societies and sectors. I've naturally had the privilege to observe dynamics of leadership development, including the reality of transformational leadership. And beyond the best of these opportunities, I owe a great debt of gratitude to Martin Sawa, who has been my mentor and a core referee, even up to the point of my being appointed as Vice Chancellor. I served for 3 years as the Pioneer Secretary of our think tank, which has been today. We internalize the core essence of Martin Sawa's leadership model, which I have discovered to be of the finest strand of transformational leadership. I'm very grateful to be part of this book project, which I consider as an extension of the vision of the ATTA think tank. And why are we here today? Let's take from here. Book reviews provide guidance, justification, and interpretation of deeper thoughts of thought to a wider audience. Thus, undergirding the preservation of the intellectual intent beyond the disciplines of the text. It is in this connection that we see this book, Transformational Leadership and National Vision, as a critical intervention to fill a gap in literature. Our position is anchored on the deep concerns expressed by Stanford in 2000 in a very provocative book title. Actually, so many leaders, so little leadership. And the implication is that it is kind of the very many books and resources on leadership very little achieved in the conduct of personal and corporate affairs. And I've listened very intently all through today. We are talking about achievements of people, and everything has a receptor for leadership. There's an urgent need of books on philosophical foundations of leadership practice. We are here to explain, as interlaced, the reality of the Moscow philosophy in the making of transformational leaders. The Moscow philosophy is the distillation of the ideals of philosophers across the ages, with emphasis on the wisdom and justification for human thoughts and action. Both psychology and sociology extrapolate ideals of philosophy in making society better, and every discipline has an anchor in these three fields. The author, the chemosis of Balkan of the happy extraction, has again validated the excellent spirit of his people in teaching out from multiple sources a reference material in leadership literature back during his generation. Oaxaca has produced a edition of illustrious sons and daughters, including the first Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Elijoko, a foremost finance minister of Nigeria, Dr. Idika Kalidika, and an internationally acclaimed evangelist, Dr. Umar Opai. Then let's talk about the book itself. The book has 10 chapters comprising an introduction, and of course, a view of Anyam Osigwe's philosophy, leadership and the challenge of unity, peace and progress in Nigeria, overcoming the challenges of industrial development, reorienting the youth in the culture of discipline and enterprise, applying the rules of the Moscow philosophy to attract wealth, culture and development, case studies on transformational leadership, the Jewish demand of honor, and of course a peek into the foundations of the Moscow philosophy. The author has adopted an eclectic style to address the issues, including, for example, the format for serious academic journals, as we find in chapter 1 and 2. He also has addresses with the predominance of personal pronouns, chapters that are like case studies in the typical manner of classical case studies. We have chapter 6, which is presented in an outline similar to bullet points for an urgent message. We find in chapter 7 an amazing presentation of a balanced analysis of different views of culture from United Nations Development Program UNDP, United Nations UN, United Nations Educational Sector and the Cultural Foundation of UNESCO, as well as the National Planning Unit of Nigeria. The synthesis is that nations that drive a common view of life tend to advance. This view was in line with a definite philosophic orientation. The author demonstrates the beauty of this philosophical orientation with the application of the philosophy, which inherits in multiple triangles of development. These triangles are common in the spiritual, the economic, and political dynamics of society. The Muslim philosophy expresses an Afrocentric view of development, which is primarily communal. Africa has a specific worldview distinct from the Western paradigm that lays undue emphasis on the failures and accomplishments of the man. The relational and communal spirit of Africa has been captured in the Ubuntu philosophy of the Greater Africa. The principles of the collective identified in the book resonate with the ideas of the role models the author has appropriated in analysis. These role models include Anya Osikwe, Samu Wabuma, Omaye Lanzu, Ngozo Konjiwala, Itobi, and Pat Tommy. He gave a detailed analysis of their approaches to leadership. These role models have engaged tenets of transformational thinking in their leadership practice. Transformational thinking is distinct from tactical and strategic thinking. Tactical thinking solves immediate problems, while strategic thinking has a future view, which can be tainted by trends and competitions. On the other hand, transformational thinking sprays out to control collaborations and theorizations for greater impact. It is in the spirit of transformational thinking that the author draws inspiration from the people of impact who have built teams that confront critical issues of development. We are excited today that from the time we formed ATTA think tank to today, we are still talking about teams that can make ATTA. We're excited that our author has remained a profitable protege by acknowledging in growing evidence his mentors and benefactors. It is therefore not surprising that the chemosis of Oba Kalu has an abundant harvest of encomiums when the opportunity turned out when he was 70. He has been described as an astute marketing consultant, a great intellectual author, a complete gentleman, a fine dresser, a patriot, and a beacon of excellence. His South African men and women adore him as a world ambassador and an illustrious sir. Let us have some critical observation about the book. The title of the book reads like a straightforward inspirational resource that will give directives and prescriptions, but it didn't be so. One has to read between the lines to decode the message. It is the careful consideration of the case studies that we see the kernel of transformational leadership, especially the importance of team building, mentorship, and vision alignment. Perhaps the urgency of the message has created an impression of some overlap in the trends of development. Some of the precepts appear in many places to reinforce the essence of the message. In some cases, the author appears extremely generous in the supply material. He has compressed in this little book material that can produce multiple volumes. I've been looking for language lapses because my training as an editor, as a linguist, makes me do so. But I submit with all diligence that for a first edition, the literary quality of this book is the highest standard. I join my colleagues, the editors, the writer of the forward, Honor Abuke, managing director and editor-in-chief, the Sun Publishing Limited, and the author of the preface, and Professor Erosa Osage, Director General, Nigeria Ministry of International Affairs, to congratulate our dear author and to present you this blueprint for national development, and which will be very beautiful for the ATTA researchers. Once again, thank you for the privilege. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Obulogo. Professor Charles Obulogo, please, A round of applause one more time for the great linguist that has spoken to us. He is the Vice Chancellor of Maduka University at the moment, and he has done justice to that. So right now, I want to welcome the Lion to the platform. Ochiaga Regan Ofamba will now present the book to us. Yeah, you can come, sir. Okay.
Good evening, distinguished audience. Where I come from, if an elder clears his throat 3 times before speaking, it means he will not agree with the last speaker. So if I clear my throat 3 times, I will agree with the last speaker, but there is this maxim. All of us are used to it. It says, do not judge a book by its cover. But today, we are going to judge this book not just by its cover, but by its title, content, and character. My job is simply to sell the book. I'm a trader and businessman. And it runs in the family. My great-grandmother was a trader, my mother was a trader, I am a trader. So my job is to take that money from you and give you 1 book or 2. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is both a privilege and responsibility to stand before this august gathering to present a book with a title as ambitious and inviting as transformational leadership and the national vision, written by our distinguished author, Moses Obubakalo. Before discussing the book itself, let me briefly say a few words about the man behind the ideas. Brief, because the book reviewer had just said so much about him. Moses Obubakalo is not merely an observer of systems. He is a practitioner within them. He is a social reformer and crusader of transformational leadership. He has had the opportunity to see how institutions succeed and how they fail. In Latin, we say experientia docet, meaning experience is the best teacher. At the heart of this book is a simple but powerful proposition. Nations do not fail because they lack resources. They fail because they lack transformational leadership and moral vision. And the question is, why? According to the author, the answer lies in the missing link between leadership, national vision, and moral responsibility. This book courageously confronts a question many of us whisper in private but rarely discuss openly in public. What exactly is missing in our national leadership architecture? The author argues that development is not only about infrastructure, policies, or budgets. It is about values. This he illustrates in his three triangular transformational matrix. What are they? Please buy the book. The answer to this question is inside the book. He went further to say, you may build bridges, but without integrity they collapse. You can write policies, but without discipline they gather dust. You can design institutions, but without vision they become bureaucratic monuments. In other words, systems do not transform nations. People do. Nigerians are perhaps the most optimistic people on earth. Every 4 years we queue under the sun, believing that this time something will change. Sometimes we change the leaders, sometimes the leaders change us and go further to change their own promises. But ordinary Nigerians still waits for the missing link that will finally move our nation from potential to performance. That missing link, ladies and gentlemen, is precisely what this book talks about. For you to know what they are, please buy the book. The answer is right inside the book. Now, there is a moral dimension to the book and why it is a must-read. One of the most striking themes in this book is the call for returning the nation to God. I cannot agree more. In Nigeria, religion is everywhere. On Monday, we pray for the nation. By Tuesday, we inflate contracts. By Wednesday, we appoint our poorly qualified kinsmen. On Thursday, we blame the devil for the missing funds. On Friday, Python swallows some money. And on Sundays, monkey goes to church with what is left. The author therefore makes an important distinction between religion and righteousness. Nigeria does not lack churches or mosques. What we lack is the moral courage to align leadership with divine principles of justice, accountability, humility, and service. A nation that remembers God only during elections will find that heaven is not easily manipulated. This book reminds us that nation building is a collective responsibility. Leadership must inspire transformation, but citizens must also embody it. The second pillar of this work is vision. Vision is what separates administration from transformation. Many leaders manage systems, but few reimagine them. The great nations of the world did not emerge accidentally. They were shaped by leaders who possessed the courage to see beyond the present and the discipline to build the future. The author names his ideal transformational leaders such as Mazi Samuel Huabonwa, Mr. Peter B., Patu Tommy, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Professor Eliazo, and many, many others. Now, if you want to know those whose names are in this book, including your own, please buy the book. As you buy the book, please check if your name is in there. Why would you buy this book? Ladies and gentlemen, this book arrives at a critical moment in our national journey, at a time when many citizens feel frustrated, when trust in institutions is fragile, and when the youth question the future. Works like this remind us that nations can be renewed. History teaches us that transformation is always possible when vision meets honesty and honesty meets courage. Writing a book is not an easy task. It is an act of courage. It is the author's decision to place his thoughts before the tribunal of history. For that courage, we must commend Moses Obubakalo for contributing his voice to the national conversation and Abia think tank for making this work visible and viable. And the best way to encourage him, ladies and gentlemen, is to buy the book. Books such as this are not merely for shelves. They are for reflection, debate, and action. Books are the quiet architects of history. Long before policies are made and revolutions occur, ideas are first born in the pages of books. This book invites us to rethink leadership, rediscover vision, and restore moral foundations in our national life. If we truly fix the missing link between leadership, values, and vision, the Nigerian story can indeed be rewritten. Therefore, with great honor and privilege, I commend transformational leadership and national vision to scholars, leaders, policymakers, patriots, and all of us gathered here who are committed to rebirth of Nigeria. It is therefore my pleasure to invite the following great Abians, men and women in our midst, to join me to unveil and to formally present this important work to you and read in public. They include the chairman. The chairman today is not just chairman, he is chairman. The man who gave me this list, he wants me to commit community sacrilege. So we don't have any chief, Chuku Nwachuku. He is the Chuku Nwachuku. His Excellency, Dr. Uche Oga. Maazị Sonny Allison. Maazị Ugochukwu Onwuchekwa. Chief Emeka Ugwuoju. Maazị Solomon Okoro. Elder Udo. What is this? Nnamdi Udo. Another day, Sam Onukwa. Ngozi. Udo. Ngozi Anyogo. Engineer Nnamdi Udo. Ogbonnaya Nkanu. Chinedu Njoko. Mr. Chemila Awuzie. Barrister Adanne Uchechi Evo. Maazị Sam I. Ohu Abunwa. Iroy Oji. Barrister Eze Alala, Bishop Dr. James Okocha, Mazi Coleman Carlo, Barrister Nnenna Ejekam, Sonny Agu, Dr. Uzoma Wazuoke, Johnson Chukwu, Chief Ibokwe, Chief Edwin, and then His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, Executive Governor of Abia State, ably represented. Please join us.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for the lion himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put yourself properly. We need to make certain that the pictures are looking beautiful. Yes, we still have many more names. I'm not sure we got Mazi Coleman correctly, so but please, if it sounds like your name, I want you to be on the podium. Ochaga Regan Ofamba, you've done a great job. I leave you to continue the process. You need your phone and a microphone.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, Chairman of today's occasion, our job is simply to unveil this book, wonderful work by a wonderful man, a man who saw and still sees transformational leadership right from within. So, on behalf of myself, His Excellency, the Chairman, the author, and of course, the President and members of Abia Think Tank, I invite all of us to join as we unveil this book in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Please.
Okay. No, go ahead. I say let's raise up.
Please raise up the book.
Present it. We are presenting the book.
We've unveiled and now we are presenting the book to you, the leadership, patriots, policymakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the transformational leadership and the national vision. Let us, in one voice, say Ubuntu. 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 So don't, you know, I'm a trader, I said so. My job also did not end with the unveiling. It continues with marketing. So please, let me start from my extreme right for some few speeches and then some, yes, make your, just say something and then.
Well, the book is a good one. It's timely. This is what we need at this time. And I think I'm happy with the author and ATTA think tank for this book. I will send my own check to the think tank appropriately. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, the book is a good one. On behalf of myself and my company, I'm giving 100,000 to support it.
Well, I believe that the book will be nice. I'll take my time and read it before I could make any decision. But I'll pick up 5 copies with 200,000 naira.
Thank you.
The first book on transformational leadership I read is about Jesus. I hope this will inspire me the way that book inspired me, because that book changed my life. We will pick 3 copies for 250,000 naira.
Yes, sir.
The book is.
You can just make donation without.
I need to read the book to truly appreciate all the content, but I'm just picking 2 copies for 100,000.
Thank you. I congratulate the author for this very timely intervention. I will take 2 copies for 200,000.
Thank you very much. This is a very good work. The time is coming. It's very apt. We need this sort of encouragement to get there. I'll take 1 copy for 100,000.
I will take 1 copy for 250,000 naira.
Chairman, I will come to you.
Should come to me now.
You have junior brothers, so.
Thank you very much. I will. This is quite an encouraging endeavor. I'll support you with 250,000 naira.
Yeah, I'll take 2 copies for 100,000.
Go ahead.
Apart from my sister.
No,
my other sister.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take 2 copies for 500,000 naira.
Thank you. Thank you. Not say anything, he will take it.
Let me consult my junior brother.
What is going on here?
That's my junior brother. 1 copy on behalf of my junior brother, my husband, 150,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
100,000 naira.
Thank you.
150.
Thank you.
My name is Edwin Ibukwe.
Two copies for 200,000.
Your Excellency.
Thank you. This is exactly what His Excellency Dr. Alex Otti has been practicing. We don't make public announcement, but definitely I'll get back to the author and of course the ATTA Think Tank Association President. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And as the book presenter, I will take 2 copies and make a worthy donation to DSAM and ATTA Think Tank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achiara. You will live long. You've done a great job. Please, the book will be going down from the podium and we'll get to everybody. So please don't say we have discriminated against you. You're getting the book right now, right here. If you have announced a donation, there's a gentleman here in white kaftan, so we can have your details and they can reach out to you. Please, if you have made a donation and we didn't collect your information, reach out to Brother Henry. He's on my left-hand side, the guy in glasses and is in white. In fact, both of them anyway. So please meet Brother Henry or meet ATTA. ATTA, please hurry with it. And yes, please meet with this young man. If you have made a donation and we have not captured your information, meet with him so we can take your information.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please pass the books. Who is in charge of passing the books? Let us agree with the chairman what will be the minimum price for today so that we want to buy, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman says hello. Those who want to buy 50,000 naira per copy. That's the price for those who have not launched it or who did not present. 50,000. Who is in charge of taking the books? Please take them around because we want to switch gears. While the book presentation is going around, we are now moving to get speeches from our special guests. And given the time we have now, I believe that it is time to call on our governor. We have been speaking to him in diverse ways. Please sit down, ladies and gentlemen, be seated. The governor wants to speak to us now. The governor wants to speak to us. He has heard us through the keynote, through the panelists and all other people who have spoken. And because we don't want to take his benevolence for granted, and we also don't want to take the benevolence of all the very distinguished people here. They are busy. We are not closing. When the governor finishes speaking, we'll continue to do more dialogue. We need more information. If there are some points that has not been made, we'll make them and capture all of them in our communique and we'll forward to the government and use in other ways by the big think tank. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, let me seize the opportunity and take it from the MC. Sir, do you bring up this up? Eh? No, bring it up here. Let's bring it up now. Before we wanted not to, but I think you should talk from here. Bring it up. We want to invite the governor to speak to us. And we are privileged to have not the governor we cannot touch, not the governor. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The governor wants to speak. Absolute quiet. Absolute quiet, please. You either seated or you walk out. Please, I'm begging you. We must respect our governor. Thank you for cooperating with us. Our governor is not the one who cannot touch. He's not the one who cannot reach. Last year we invited him. The reason he didn't show up was that his argument was that that was an opportunity when we said, is this the government to come or look with another? He wanted us to be free to discuss that matter and make up our minds. He didn't want his presence or representation to influence our discussion. But this year, he has decided to send one of his most senior officers in government, the Chief of Staff. All of us know the position of Chief of Staff in the hierarchy. After the governor, yes, we have the deputy governor. We also have other people, but we know Chief of Staff is what? Chief of Staff. Are you not understanding me at all? Okay. So, but we're lucky we have a man, a distinguished man, as the chairman himself did an introduction. He said he's a distinguished scholar on his own right. He has become a political, active person. But he's also a pastor. You know, when a man, we talked about technocrats in politics, maybe we should also talk about Christians in politics or pastors in politics and see whether there's any difference. But to be sincere to you, the day I had his name announced as the Chief of Staff of the governor, I was enthused. I didn't know that this government was coming in righteousness. A governor that has a pastor as Chief of Staff must be a government that is coming in righteousness. Because a Chief of Staff cannot be where there is no righteousness. That has boosted my courage and my support for the government. And we can see the evidence that the Bible says, when the righteous bear rule, the people rejoice. When the wicked are in power, the people mourn. I think Abia people are rejoicing. And so we are happy to hand over this microphone to Pastor Ajebu to please, Ajaba, sorry, to present the governor's speech. Over to you, Chief of Staff.
Thank you so much, Mazi. The chairman of the occasion, my own uncle, De Chuku Wachuku, the president of Abia Think Tank Association, our own Mazi, Sam Ohuabunwa, Dr. Uche Samson Oga, the former Minister of State for Mines and Steel Development, a man I have so much respect for. Of course, a lot of us have said so much about him. His humility is intimidating. Thank you, sir. I also have Dr. Uche Oji, the keynote speaker who actually launched us to the next phase in terms of what Abia should be doing. Thank you for that expose. It's quite expository, and I believe that we cannot wait to have the full address, the full paper that you presented. Of course, my other uncle, who is also an accomplished person, Sir Sam Onukwe, like I was speaking with the president, it's like he invited all my uncles. My uncle from my mother's side and my uncle from my father's side. So whichever way, I am covered. Of course, our revered statesman, Chief Reagan Fomba, I want to also thank you, and indeed everyone, including Chief Sonny Allison. I served in the Transition Council together with him, the author, everyone. Because of time, I want to let you know how His Excellency Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, OFR, how excited he is about this conversation that is ongoing today. I think that one of the best things to happen to Abia is to have people who are cerebral enough, who can think outside the box and to bring about creative solutions to what appears to be our challenges as a people. So the Abia Think Tank Association is doing what they know to do best. Like His Excellency would have loved this conversation to actually happen in Abia State so that it will attract many more people, and I want to leave this as a suggestion so that going forward, you don't shave a man's hair in his absence. We cannot be here and talk very convincingly about what will be happening in Abia without the involvement of Abians for whom you are actually having sleepless nights. A whole lot has been said, starting from how Nigeria's economic resurgence has happened, and of course the effect also of the recent Iran war and what challenges that could pose. I don't want to dwell in that since that has been said. I'll just take a few minutes because the time is already fast spent to talk of what His Excellency has been doing in Abia State by telling a little bit of the Abia story as they are unfolding. The question is, given this renewed economic resurgence in Nigeria, is Abia prepared? And I'll just tell you a little bit of what we are doing presently. Anyone who is not very discerning will just give a yes or no answer, but that will leave us even more confused because nobody can doubt what he can see. And if you look at the things happening in Abia State, you will be the one to adjudge, to convince yourself whether His Excellency and his team, and indeed all Abians, are prepared to take advantage of this economic resurgence. The first thing that many of us, especially the keynote speaker and other panel of discussants, spoke about is conducive investment atmosphere. And of course, if you look at it from the third quarter of 2023 to the fourth quarter of 2024, Abia State attracted $150.9 million, coming third only to Lagos and Abuja. Of course, this underscores the fact that things are being done the right way and a conducive atmosphere is being created. Of course, like we have also had in October 2024, the PPP, Private-Public Partnership Board, was set up. And this has been attracting a whole lot of proposals in terms of those who want to come and invest in Abia State. And many of them, of course, we have been very thorough in taking them through, because many of them who pretend to have proposals are actually looking for land to grab. So we have put in place this board to make sure that those who are coming already understand what it takes to invest in Abia. And of course, if you look at around just last week, about 200 million investment partnership with Presco PLC is being finalized. A whole lot of moribund industries are already being, bought, and many private investors are showing interest in order to acquire them. And the one thing this is going to do is, it's not just going to create employment, it's also going to boost the GDP of Abia State. So a whole lot is being done in order to create this conducive atmosphere. Another thing that is being done is the ease of doing business. Like the keynote speaker mentioned, in 2022, Abia was coming between 32nd and 33rd out of 36. But as at last 2024, they already have moved to 21. And as at last year, they are moving towards the 10th position. So you see that things are happening, and His Excellency is very intentional. Of course, I'm sure you must have heard about the C of O in 30 days. Between June 2023 and yesterday, over 4,000 Cs of O have been issued out. And this triples the number that you can think of between May 2029 in 1999, May 29, 1999, and of course, May 28, 2023. So the statistics, the data, they are there. And of course, in Abia State now, for you to engage in any meaningful business relationship with the government, there's what we call the APSIN, the Abia State Social Identification Number. Once you go, it's a self-service portal that you can just log in and you just follow the prompt. Within 2 minutes, you get registered so that you can interface with the government. And these are part of the ease of doing business, because His Excellency has seen tomorrow. And every visionary leader has a tendency of climbing a high mountain. And that is what is happening. He has seen tomorrow and he has put certain measures in place. And of course, you talk of stable energy. I cannot belabor that because we already know what is happening in Aba. Like I was just telling the press, the challenge Aba people have now, in fact, they are telling us that we should tell Geometry that they should at times take the light. While others are complaining there is no light, Aba people now are saying that they should at times also take the light. You know, in Nigeria, whether something good is happening or something bad is happening, people must complain. And you know, another challenge they may also have, because somebody said something about the price of energy. You know, we are used to having the best things of life without paying for them. We go for illegal connection. We do, even when Geometry gave them free, billing systems, the meter, they say they don't want it. They believe that they can always cut corners and all that. But a whole lot is changing. And Aba is being rebranded. And Abia State is being rebranded. Of course, you can talk of security. Today in Abia, like we have heard, Abia is one of the safest, if not the safest state in Nigeria. And of course, it's the safest state in southeast Nigeria. And a whole lot is being done. Every month, His Excellency is having State Security Council meeting. He has put in place the Abia State Security Trust Fund and also the Advisory Council. All these things are being done because we must partake in the resurgence that we are talking about. And of course, you talk of the human capital development and the technical capacity. You can see a whole lot. The next language is ICT, is technology. And that's why each cohort of Tech Rise brings about 850 graduates. And that is being done. We also hear of the Abia Leadership Academy, where, because leadership has been a major issue, a major concern, where the next phase of Abia leadership, the next phase of leadership, they are being groomed so that they will indeed understand how to approach democratic governance and get the best. Of course, a whole lot is also being done in terms of growth and development. We hear of the Abia, Export Growth Lab. Somebody mentioned about how can we get the products of Aba or that are made in Abia to be able to compete internationally. Of course, the government of Dr. Alex Otti has put in place the Abia Growth Lab so that every product that is being made has to go through the crucible, to go through to make sure that they are benchmarked with the best products all over the world. Because if you want to make the most in terms of this global, the global village, you must make sure that what is being produced is also competitive and that the quality is also measurable with what is being manufactured all over. Of course, infrastructure is something that we cannot stop about talking. Over 1,000 kilometers of routes have been constructed between the time His Excellency took over and now. Of course, many people mention about the Port Harcourt Road, the Omenoko Bridge, and several of that. One thing is very clear. What is happening in Aba is happening in any of the, sections of Abia State, in all the 17 local governments. Every sector is being impacted at the same time because His Excellency has a passion and he's very, very, committed to doing what has to be done. He has zero tolerance with laziness, and he wants to make sure that every part of Abia is being positively impacted. So a whole lot is being done. Of course, we talk of political stability. As I begin to round up, political stability ensures that there is continuity in governance, and that is what is being made. Today, you see that there's a whole lot in terms of, voters' empowerment, vote behavior, political participation, so that people will know what they are supposed to do, so that people don't go about selling their votes or selling, just not refusing to come out in the day of election. A whole lot is being done. And lastly, we know that around December, just this December last year, the 25-year development plan was passed into law and assented by His Excellency. This is a very bold step that is being done so that even when he's not there, because this is a legislated document, so no matter the government that comes into power, this has been passed by the Abia State House of Assembly. If you want to change it, that means you have to go back to the Abia State House of Assembly. So today, we have a development plan for the next 25 years. I believe that this is a bold attempt to demonstrate that His Excellency, and indeed every Abian, is ready to take advantage of the upsurge in the economic renaissance in terms of what is happening in Nigeria. Once again, I want to thank every one of you. Because of time, I will be able to release this, but this is just a synopsis, a kind of summary of the things we are doing. A whole lot is being done. I'm sure many of you even know better than many of us do know of the things that are happening. One thing is sure, what you can see, and all over Abia State, all over Nigeria, and all over the sub-Saharan Africa, Abia State today, under the leadership of His Excellency, has become a template for good governance. And that can only be sustained because people that make up Abia Think Tank Association will continue to give His Excellency the support that is required to make sure that these developmental plans are sustainable. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Please put your hands together for His Excellency. This is awesome. This is awesome. Please celebrate. 25-year plan has already been legislated upon and accented to. I think that's great news. We should start thinking of going home, all of us. Akwea, God bless you. And thank you so much. In fact, before you leave here, we're about to make our announcements and then we get going. But before you leave here, we are going to place a curse on anybody that would want to stop His Excellency from finishing his term. Thank you. The ayes have it. Before we leave here, we'll place anybody that wants to run against him and stop him from coming up. Anybody that is painting that's against our painting of roads or doing anything. All of them, we're going to stop them. All right. Who doesn't like good thing? And very beautiful thing, we have credible hands here. And his born brother, Dr. Uche, is already here. And so we are really sure that there's going to be a solid superstructure going forward. All right. Thank you, everyone. I want to invite Barrister Lala to please come, make announcement on behalf of our group. Please, if you made donations or whatsoever, we've not captured your details, please meet with Brother Henry and give us your details. And we will feed the account of Abia Think Tank to every one of us here so you could have it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Ndi Abia Kwenu. By way of announcement, Mr. Chairman, sir, His Excellency, and Mr. President of the Abia Think Tank, and the panelists, I want to quickly refer my name is Ezalala anyway, a member of Abia Think Tank. I have a simple and short assignment. But before I do that, make that assignment, or do that assignment, Mr. Chairman, sir, sir. My assignment is simple, but before I do that assignment, I want to make a quote by De Chukwumachuku. This is where the room becomes important. Thinkers must do more than think. Experts must do more than observe. We must move from commentary to contribution. Because this cannot be just another conversation. If we leave this room with only ideas, we have failed. If we live with commitment, we have begun. Finally, if we return next year with results, then we have led. De Chukwumachuku, his quotation here today. What am I saying in effect? The panelist, the keynote speaker, also made an gave us important information. 76 Indian companies coming to Enyimba Economic City. A plan along the way. But I want to ask Mr. Governor, sir, is that a reality? Is Enyimba Economic City a reality? If it is a reality, imagine where Abia hosts 76 companies. The multiply effect is enormous. On that note, I'll plead with Abia State government to ensure that it is a reality, that Enyimba Economic City is a reality, that companies come to Abia, and that Ndekanya Akorulo that will go home. I want to thank Abia Think Tank for hosting this gathering. And my simple assignment is that the Abia Think Tank, what they do, go through our leaflet, everything is there. And who are those in the Abia Think Tank? You and I. We need members. There's a paper going around. If you want to join us, do well and put your details. We meet from time to time. His Excellency has stated clearly, we are doing what we know how best to do. Gathering intellectuals, gathering technocrats, and they will talk to us. The economy of Abia is on the rise. But we need to do more. How do we do more? Mr. Governor will not lower the bar. The next governor in Abia will do better than him. The next one coming will do better. So it's a building block. So that once we have get it right, we are good to go. So Made Kelone, Kelendele Pirano, Dariono. So no be a join Abia Think Tank. It's a thankless job. Your time, your money, everything about you going for the man, the Abia. Mr. Governor, sir, you're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is Church. Hold it. It's not, Uche is still taking his. Well, because I'm determined to leave here at 5. That's what is in the program. The governor has given me that cooperation. So we are just doing the last event, and then a vote of thanks is taken, and we say a closing prayer. We have nothing to give to all the people who have honored us today, except this little piece of glass for them to put somewhere, so that when history will be written, this date will be remembered somewhere or the other. So in no particular order, let me invite Dr. Uchoga to please collect this little
Please make welcome Dr. Uchechukwu Samson Oga, incoming. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. You will live long, sir.
Ochiaga Regan of Omba, please collect this from us. We don't have anything to give you, just accept this little show. Who next? Who next?
Next, is it?
Who next? Who charge?
We have for
Ask Peter.
we have for Dr. Sam Onukwe. Thank you, sir.
Peter? Where are they? Not enough. Where is the one for the chairman? Where is the one? Who charge? Let me give who charge.
Please, we have for our chief guest speaker, Dr. Uche Oji. You will live long. You're most welcome. Thank you so much. May God keep you, and may your voice be heard across the nations. Thank you. We have for our distinguished chairman, Chief Chukwu Wachukwu. Thank you, sir, for putting your star upon this occasion. Thank you, sir. You will live long. Good to see you, sir. Amazing. Thank you. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a plaque for His Excellency, but I'm told that the Excellency say we should keep all his plaques, all his accolades, till he finishes his job. Then we can bring them together. But we have agreed to give to chairman to hold on for the Excellency. When we are ready, when he is ready, we shall return to him. So please put it back. Where are you, Mr. Peter Mbahuru? Where are you? Come now. We have 1 more minute to go. Come and give the final vote of thanks and we'll pray. I thought we agreed. You gave me that approval. Why are you changing your mind? I'm a man of honor. And I hold people to their promise. Bahru, 2 minutes. Vote of thanks. The governor wants to run away. But I'm holding him here with principle. He's a man of integrity. I am one. Okay, just 2 minutes.
Holding him. You can hand him over to me now. You can hand him over to me now. Abiyamma manu. Kelenu. We thank God for today. Our event has been a success from planning to execution, and it couldn't have been possible if not by His grace. We thank God for what He has done in our midst. We thank God for success of today's event. We thank God for the journey mercies granted to our visitors from America, from UK, from Abia State, and everywhere. God will lead them back safely. We also thank the governor, the first citizen of Abia State. It couldn't have been better for governor to see us and recognize us and send a high-profile person of government. It is something of celebration. So we thank the governor. The governor has seen what we do. He knows we are here. We are partners with government. We are advocates. Our advocacy programs are powerful. Some of them are in Lagos, some of them in Umuahia, some of them in Aba. We do host summits, we do host symposium, we do host gubernatorial debates. A lot of things we do in helping Abia State. And we thank the governor for being present with us today through his chief of staff. We thank the chairman of the occasion, Chief Chuku Wachuku Dede. Long time, when we had events, me and you in one occasion, it's up to 20 years now. I was expecting to see an elderly man, an old man, but can see him still young. And it's because he participates with people. We thank you very much. We thank our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker spoke very well, and he gave us the key for this event, and we really got it. We thank our Dr. Uche Oga, CON, for his presence, for partnering with us. We thank Professor Ekekwe. We thank Chukwu, Johnson Chukwu, Chief Johnson Chukwu. We thank Sir Sam Onukwe, one of the panelists. We thank, though the moderator couldn't be here, we thank the person that stood in for him, Maazị Sam Ohuabunwa. We thank Ochiagha Regan Ofomba that did the book presentation in a very eloquent way. Thank you very much. We thank the president of our association, and through him we thank our members, because it couldn't have been better without them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to do something extraordinary. Our special guest of honor, I want him to give us closing prayer. He's our pastor. Let him give us ecclesiastical blessing. We have spoken English and spoken economy. Let's take his blessing. That's why I didn't want him to go, so that we can take his blessing. I know he's a man of God.
Praise the Lord. You are excited, make some noise unto the Lord. So I'm wearing my garment now as a pastor. Father, we want to thank you. We want to thank you because you're a God of purpose. Nothing, please honor God. There's nothing that is too hard for you. Thank you because you called Abia your own state. And today, we can see the great things that are happening in Abia State. Because everything that is committed into your hand is forever preserved. The things we have discussed and deliberated upon today, the Bible says that a man is permitted to devise his ways, but it takes you to give direction. We therefore ask, Lord, the direction that you have given to your servant that has made Abia State, that was before now a laughing stock, but Lord, the story has changed. That today Abia is being celebrated for all the good things. We want to thank you. The Bible says that the path of the just is like a shining light. It shines brighter unto a perfect day. That's why we are asking, Lord, go and lead the way. Where others are struggling, because Abia is your own, we will never struggle. No matter what the world is passing through, there is a covenant of exemption that is in place. You say time will come when you will make a separation between those who are serving you and those who are not serving you. Abia is your own. Use them to make an example. That those that put their trust in you can never be brought to shame. As we go, let your presence go with us. Lord, resources needed to bring Abia to a place of envy, you will make available. The wisdom that is at work in your servant, which we have said today will not stop working. Lord, we decree it will never stop working. Even when Alex Oti has served his full 8 years, others that are coming behind, Lord, the same spirit that is at work in him, just like you did in the case of Moses, you took the spirit that was upon him and distributed them to other men that were supposed to carry the burden with him. And they walked in that same spirit. We ask that you take the spirit that is at work in your servant, the governor, and put it in all other people that will be taken over from him. Father, we thank you. You sent him to come and launch Abia to another phase of prosperity. And Lord, what you have said to one, you have said to all. Wherever, and the things that those in Abia are enjoying, we decree that any Abia, no matter where they are on the face of this earth, they will begin to enjoy the same things. Father, we want to give you all the glory. One thing is sure, we'll be alive to see him complete all the things you have laid in his heart. And we will all be beneficiaries of them. And because it is working in Abia, it will begin to work in Nigeria. Because it's working in Abia, it will begin to work in other sub-Saharan African nations. And because it's working in Abia, the black race will be redeemed. A people that once dwelt in darkness, indeed, everyone will see that there is light. The Bible says this light shines in darkness and darkness cannot comprehend it. That's why the opposition will continue to be in disarray. I said the opposition will continue to be in disarray. In the precious name of Jesus, you will give them assignments they will not ever recover from. They will see things happening, but you will create confusion in their camp. Their hands will never perform their enterprise. And as they are confused, your servant will continue to move forward. Thank you, faithful God. Because we have the capacity to go beyond what we can ask or think of. We give you all the glory. We give you all the honor. Because we have prayed in Jesus' name. Amen. Let the believers say a better amen.
And now may the
our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, everyone. Where is our distinguished author? We want to say thank you for the book. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Mrs. Uchechi Evo, Chief Onyane Okanwosu. Thank you so much. We want to say, Abia Think Tank members, we can take a picture on the podium. Abia Think Tank members. Mazi Solomon Okoro, we want to say thank you so much. Mazi Ugochukwu Onwuchekwa, thank you. Mazi Iroy Oji, may the good Lord bless you. Mazi Igbokwe, Chief Igbokwe, thank you so much. Dr. Uchechukwu Samson Oga, you will live long. You are a great son of Abia State. Thank you so much. Dr. Uche Oji, thank you. Mazi Sonny Alice Ndedem, I bless you. Mazi Ugochukwu Onwuchekwa, thank you. Chief Emeka Uguoji, thank you. Mazi Solomon Okoro, Elder Nnamdi Odo, Sam Onukwe, Sam Onukwe, thank you so much. God bless you. Dr. Ngozi Anyogo, thank you for coming. We are blessed to have you. Engineer Nnamdi Udo, thank you. Obonna Nkano, thank you. Chinedu Chiedozie Njoko, thank you. Chemela Wuzie, Uchechi Ero, Iroy Oji, thank you. Barrister Ezalala, may God bless you. And Bishop Dr. James Okocha, thank you and good luck. Bless you.